What's going on, everybody? I did this on accident. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Sure. Let's just play the intro and go from here. What's going on, everybody? I pushed the wrong button, and that means we're starting the stream just a little bit early. But hey, at least the webcam and the microphone is turned on, right? Guys, it is another awesome week to be a Chicago Bears fan. This is the week before the week, right? It's the week after the combine and the week right before the free agency frenzy starts. And what does that mean? Well, it could mean all kinds of things. It might mean a billion different things. It definitely means that the Bears just added Ryan Bates for a 5th-round pick. We'll talk about that here in a little bit, but it also means that it's kind of the calm before the storm, or at least the as calm as it's going to get. This time next week, chances are we're going to be talking through at least 1 to 2 free agency moves, which will be a whole lot of fun. After about a week after that, or at least within this next 2 weeks, I would not be surprised to see Justin Fields traded, though as I'm sure any of you guys that are on social media has probably experienced it, well, there are a lot of people making a whole lot of claims. And then a whole bunch of other people trying to make separate claims off of the fact that the people making claims have been quote unquote parroting that there will be a Fields trade for some time. Honestly, if you're not tired of the Fields debate, I would be pretty surprised. Right? Everybody's got their camp. Everybody's pretty dug in. Everybody's at least got their take, maybe not their camp, right? It might not be the best way to put it, but we're all kind of waiting for the dust to settle because at the end of the day, I mean, I think we'd all agree that the most bizarre part about this, right? And the part that makes starting a film room in a case like this so unusual is just that without knowing who the quarterback is, there are major parts of the Chicago Bears 2024 season, frankly, the 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027 future outlook that we just can't have a conversation about until you know whether the Bears are rocking a 4th-year quarterback in Justin Fields, whether they're rocking a rookie quarterback in Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, JJ McCarthy. You pick your poison, right? But like you're saying, Chicago fanatic, there are too many questions, and it creates discussions that end up all focused around the same thing. And if it's possible to do so, I am hoping we can ignore them a little bit, right? I know that's asking a lot. I know. But I would love to see us able, if possible, to focus on the stuff that I think matters, and that's everything else we can focus on. Right? Like what I would hope that we can do is we can focus on the Bates trade. We can focus on guys that shined at the combine. Let me take a look here right now. I'll see if my favorite site, Adonai Mitchell, mock draft double. Have they gotten these updated yet? They have not. What a bummer. We'll have to wait a little while for spider charts, but the spider charts are coming. Right? It's fun to talk about all kinds of things that might happen in this draft. I would love to see if at least for this last week, we can take a look at the guys that shined at the combine, project out some Bears fits and go from there. But especially now that they lost a 5th-round pick, it's funny because it just means that we're going to keep focusing on what's happening at the top of the draft. I don't know why we wouldn't. The top of the draft is really interesting and drives all kinds of success for this Bears team in the future, but we'll see what happens. I do want to start, at least give me just a moment to pull down some game film, get everything loaded in my game bank, so to speak, where I keep all my draft film at the very least. But so pulling this all together, there we go. We take these 3. Let's watch, you know what? Let's watch this game right here. Then we can watch Byron Mitchell while we're at it. Byron Murphy, I should say. But so let's go ahead and kick this thing over to Rome Odunze, who I want to talk about, because the now discussing obviously needs to be updated. So I'll get on that as we have this discussion. But it's so funny, at least to me, because Rome Odunze had a combine that I think a lot of people expected. I didn't, because I didn't realize that Rome was on the freaks list, but he ran like a freak. That's for doggone sure. Rome Odunze. There's 2 receivers that in particular I want to talk about while we're here. We can talk a little bit about guys like Keon Coleman, but we're not going to talk about him here. I guess 3 if you wanted to. There's Brian Thomas Jr., who here, I'll pull up all their Razes while we're talking about this, right? So Brian Thomas Jr. Raz. At least from what I saw, the Bears' decision at 9 comes down to 3 separate Raz scores. Not that it's as simple as that, right? But you've got somebody like Brian Thomas, who, as you can see here, at 6'2 and 210, he ran a 4.34. His 10 and 20 yard splits were just as good as the 40-yard dash overall. And then his vertical and his broad jump were absolutely silly, right? Then you look at Rome Odunze, and he also was quite good. I'm surprised that they don't have the agility information up, if only because it's in there. But we have, let's see, this is, I don't know. Like, point being, you take a look at another 6'2", 6'2 and 3/4. Again, another guy right around 210 pounds. Great vertical. Pretty good broad. I know it's yellow, but you look at that, and that's darn near 8. And then a 4.47 40, which matches about what we see on tape, that he is very fast, but not extremely fast, right? Fake wonder, I agree with you. I think if you skip the agility drills, you should actually get a little bit of a punishment, even if it's just a little bit, right? And by the way, if I'm seeing this correctly, we've got a ton of people that are plugged into the Twitter portion of this. At least I think so right now, because Streamlabs is telling me we've got 525 viewers. If we are, I need to figure out a way to get you guys hooked into the chat, because I can see the YouTube chat right now. I can't see the Twitter chat. Maybe I'll see if I can't do something about that. But so we've got, thank you for tuning in. I love having you guys here. But so Rome Odunze had himself a hell of a Raz, right? And then I couldn't tell you, Brandon. I know he tried it not just 3 times. He tried it 5 times and wanted to go faster. I couldn't tell you whether or not he ultimately recorded a time. But if I do scroll down, at least Google's got a 994 Raz, but all the numbers look to me like somebody else wrote them. And I could not tell you, oh, this is 2023 summer, so this is somebody doing something else. But then when you look at Adonai Mitchell, if you can't tell, I'm picking out big receivers, and I understand that. But here we've got another 6'2 behemoth. Here he's another over 200-pound receiver. His vertical broad were the best that we've looked at so far, and you add that with a 4.34 40 to go with a 1.52 and a 2.53 10 and 20 yard split. The wild part to me is you see this athleticism on tape. I mean, Adonai Mitchell is an unbelievable athlete, and somebody that I personally believe is being underrated at this stage, if only because he is so outrageously athletic, and I think it's not discussed a lot. You know what? I originally was going to start with Rome Odunze. We really might as well. Let me just change this to 3 combine standouts. At least 3 wide receiver combine standout. Yeah, you know what? Good enough. If only because Mitchell, Thomas, and Odunze all look to me like if the Bears want a receiver up at 9, these are guys that they are going to be thinking about, whether that's going to be a small trade back, whether it's going to be a big trade back, or whether that's going to be standing pat at 9. I hope they don't trade up. Personally, as the Bears start to bleed picks, I think they kind of need their 3rd rounder at the very least. We'll see what Justin Fields may or may not pull back in a trade, and who knows? Maybe the Bears do the unthinkable, or not unthinkable, but the other option. They do trade back from 1, and they do add more picks that they can then trade down from there. Always possible, right? But if I had to guess, these 3 are on here. Malik Neighbors, I think look, it would not surprise me, the same way that you hear about how different boards have a quarterback high here and a quarterback low here. Like you'll hear, I'm sure you've already heard some of this, that Jaden Daniels is QB2, even QB1 on some of these boards. And then Drake May is QB1 on some boards, QB4 on other boards. That JJ McCarthy is all over the place. The same way that there's not true consensus team to team on when it comes to quarterbacks, there's not consensus on receivers. And as ridiculous as I know it's going to sound to some people, there is a chance that Rome Odunze, I mean, let me go back just a little bit. and remind everybody we're looking at a very athletic player that's got all of the measurables that somebody's looking for. Plus, he played high profile football. Plus, he can play as an outside and an inside receiver. There's all kinds of reasons to like Rome Odunze, and he was willing to at least try to do 3-cone, shuttle drill, etc., etc. You look at Rome and you might like him more. I mean, at least some teams very well might. So Neighbors may fall to number 9 too, but we can watch Neighbors another time, or if I pull up Brian Thomas Jr., we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So we'll get there later, but to me at least, I would love to see DJ paired with a bigger receiver so that you can get some body type diversity, and maybe just because, honestly, I like the idea of adding an X threat and kicking DJ more inside a little bit more often. DJ can play outside. I'm not scared of him in an X role. I just want him to be able to move all across the formation, just like we've seen Shane Waldron do so often with, frankly, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and all kinds of the other receivers in Shane Waldron's offense. I am seeing us pick up a ton of steam on Twitter. Again, thank you so much. If you want to chat, make sure that you've got the YouTube window pulled up too, because I have not figured out. I figured out on a multi-stream, but I have not figured out how to integrate Twitter's chat into my StreamYard window, and I will work on that for you guys. But at least taking a look at, let's go to the film, right? Because what is it? Chicago Fanatic mentioned, and also Prabat mentioned Adonai Mitchell, and I want to at least watch some with you guys. I've watched one game of Adonai Mitchell that I don't personally want to rewatch because it is at AD Mitchell playing against Iowa State, and he makes some plays, but TJ Tampa, the defensive back, has a great day against him. The guy you're looking for is right here, and there's a comparison that I want to throw out because I understand that a popular comparison recently, largely because a big content creator who I love, Brett Coleman, obviously, mentioned that he compares to CeeDee Lamb. I think he's a little bigger than that, right? And so the CeeDee Lamb comp to me falls just a little flat, but you're trying to watch number 5 here, and you're going to get used to him because generally you can see his hair out the back of his helmet, and he's awfully tall, right? Xavier Worthy, number 1, is the other one that popped off the tape. But I've got a game against Alabama that, as I understand it, he picked up a ton of yards that I would love to watch through with you guys, because there are definitely some plays that you'll see. Also, while we're talking about it, if you can't tell, because I think you can kind of see it here, the Texas offense reminds me a lot of an awful lot, truly an awful lot of these collegiate offenses where guys can take plays off and often do. JSN got the same criticism. I don't think JSN is a lazy route runner. It's more that there are plenty of looks that if you take a look downfield and the defense does not mean the defense does not allow you to be open, you'll see a lot of receivers throttle down and basically wait for the next play. So we'll look for crisp route running, but I definitely don't think AD is a technician. It's worth remembering that Mitchell is a 21-year-old. And a true 21-year-old. He'll be 21 or he'll be 22 next October. So at week 1, he will be one of the younger receivers in the NFL. So if you feel like his athleticism gives you the ability to grow his technique a little bit, technique may not be something that you want to spend too much time obsessing over. But there's always a balance between, are you young and on track, or are you simply lacking technique? And good question. By the way, there are throws on Texas's offense that I always think are kind of funny. Looking at this, I love Quinn Ewers' throwing tools. I've talked about him before, but this is as open gets on what would we call that? Like, it's not, I think it's dagger. No, dagger's the other way. So just a clear out and somebody pushing on the outside. How we miss this and leave the ball inside. Man, what a shame, right? But AD drawing some coverage here. There's one play that we'll watch that was pretty sweet. I'm skipping ahead to a good one, right? But, oh, hang on just a minute. Work stuff. But so, yeah, Sale's it. You're right. And that's the thing, Chicago. Okay, so one thing that I've seen with not CD, well, now it's creeping out of me, right? With AD Mitchell, who, by the way, apparently wants to go by Adonai, so you're going to see me try to break the habit, okay? But so at least one thing that I know I've apparently seen with him. He does a lot of his best damage on the inside of the formation. Maybe he can do more on the outside also. But here, for instance, Chicago, he's not going to win you over with his route running because there's not much of a route here, right? He just snaps back out. So it's like if anything, it's a false corner that's just a seam route. But then he's just going to post guys up in the back of the end zone, call for the ball, be physical at the catch point, come down with it. Now, it doesn't count because I believe one of their linemen takes a hold right there. How you doing, 4P? But the catch is nasty all the same. I mean, if you're looking for physicality, if you're looking to see evidence of the ability to go make you a play at the next level, you can easily envision that kind of window and body positioning in the NFL, and being able to make hay like that in the red zone will obviously do you a lot of favors. But you can't be an exclusive contested catch artist, no matter how much I love Keon Coleman. Let's take a look at this. We do this on the channel pretty often, but let's take a look at this Alabama game together and see if we can find some stuff we like, right? One of my favorite things to do is play first things first. Let's find our guy, right? Okay, so we're playing on the outside. Here we are in trip set with two guys split out to the other side. So one thing I will throw at you, Chicago fanatic, just not because I'm going to make this targeted at you, but watching guys release off the line on plays where they aren't involved is something that I personally like to see. Sometimes it's a wide receiver coaching thing, but you will see quite a few receivers take plays flat out off on things like this. But when you know the ball isn't coming to you and you still snap an outside release and then break back inside, you're threatening to the corner and you're trying to show him that you're a little more dangerous than, or at least somebody that has tools in your bag. And this is nice. I mean, it's a nice display of burst. Plus, if he was running on the inside, he's absolutely wide open. It's not on him that the play just isn't coming in his direction. As much as I know we love to obsess over plays where you get targeted, right? It's also nice to watch plays where they weren't, because especially when you're trying to get a sense for who a player is and what kind of competitiveness level that you're looking at. See, I love this, right? I didn't see him block particularly hard in that game against Iowa State. Maybe he, a Texas Longhorn, thought he was too good for the Iowa State Cyclones. That really wouldn't shock me. But here against number 3, remind me, is number 3, let me see, Alabama, our lads. Give me a moment to load this. Yeah, okay. Brandon, you mentioned number 3 is getting dragged. That's Terrion Arnold. So that's not nobody, right? And here he is making a block that, gosh, if we could get an outside receiver that could block like this for DJ Moore, yes, please. Yes, please. Now, this is going to sound like I'm dead set on Mitchell. Honestly, I believe, for what it's worth, that your goal as a football fan, especially if you're actually taking the time to watch a draft player or draftable player's tape, is to fall in love with that draftable player and then figure out where you want them, right? So the goal here is that I hope, and I don't know if we're going to take long enough to where we're going to have time to watch everybody, but the hope is that you have a take on Brian Thompson, or like Brian Thomas, have a take on Rome Odunze, have a take on Adonai Mitchell, that you may like all 3 of them. I would hope you do, but that you have a role picked out for all 3 of them. Then you add a guy like Keon Coleman, you add a guy like Malik Neighbors, and you start to say, I would love it to Adonai Mitchell at 18 or something like that, right? But, oh man, okay. It ain't nothing, but I like seeing the snap in a lot of these motions. Like head fake, up into the stem, cross the face. There is some route running ability there. There really is. Like, you can see the explosiveness that literally jumped off the gym in the combine. Now here he is, not matched up on the line. And we're up the seam. We run into the safety, and Quinn goes and gets a play with his legs. Good for you, Quinn. Dive. This game was awesome to watch live. Classic September football, right? We passed a little. 2nd and 7. Chicago Fanatic asks, where do we realistically see AD Mitchell taken? And I actually can't tell you, Chicago, because this time last year, we were talking about Darnell Wright as a very late first rounder. The fact that the Bears took him at 10 doesn't surprise me, nor do I think he was overdrafted. There are plenty of people that felt like he was a reach. I can't help but think that part of the reason we tell ourselves sometimes that these guys are reaches is simply because nobody was on how good they were. Like, and I'll tell you, John, to use an example, you mentioned that Mitchell could go to Buffalo. I could see Mitchell going much higher than that. Just looking at this guy, I mean, I don't want to break out the Raz again, but he is young and he is outstandingly athletic. And in an NFL that is pretty obsessed with height, weight, speed, he is tall, he is heavy, he is fast. And you could honestly convince me, Rob, that he could go anywhere from... I mean, I'm not saying the Bears would pick him at 9 because I don't think they would. I think the players above him on the draft board that we've always heard about are better. But could he be drafted in a world where Marvin Harrison goes 4, so MHJ 4, and what is it? Odunze goes 6, and Neighbors slides to 9. I could understand a guy like AD Mitchell drafted like, I don't know, not the Vikings. Maybe the Jets would take him. They'd probably take offensive line. But like, here's the problem with where is he realistically going to get drafted, right? Could Mitchell be the wide receiver 4? That's possible. I could completely understand plenty of teams seeing AD, just watching what I have as wide receiver 4. Where does wide receiver get drafted? I don't know. I mean, right now I'll tell you that I've mentioned this on Twitter a couple times. Like the stream if you're enjoying it, by the way. I could really use your support and your thumb, right? But so I've mentioned this a couple times that the last time we saw 3 wide receivers get drafted top 9 was 2017. And in 2017, that happened because John Ross got taken at 9. So you saw Corey Davis at 5. You saw, Mike Williams at 7. And then you saw the Bengals draft John Ross at 9, which was widely criticized in that moment, right? The 3 players that are being mocked in the top 9 in terms of receivers here are better than that. In my opinion, these receivers really are some of the best. But they're in a class with really good offensive linemen, and we love offensive linemen. And they're in a class where I believe the edge rushing group is being underrated. So the league loves edge defenders. And then you've got a guy like Terrion Arnold. You've got a couple of these corners that I don't think they're going to be in the top 10, but you have to remember that the NFL has different designs on who these players are, where you want to take them than we do. And in a class that's been widely hailed, you all know, you've seen it, as wow, the wide receiver unit is so deep, then there could easily be a lot of these teams. I'm looking at Tennessee, I'm looking at Los Angeles, I'm looking at Atlanta, that might want an extra receiver, but they'll wait until the end of the draft to take one. Or not end, but they could wait till the second rounder, right? And that's the thing, Daily Finesse and JK. JK mentions maybe 4 quarterbacks go top 10. Right now, that feels likely. Maybe somebody will be reaching. Maybe 2 teams will be reaching. I kind of think so. But that's the way that the league goes. And then Daily Finesse, you mentioned nobody has a defensive player to going top 10. To me, that feels crazy. Guys like Dallas Turner, Letu Latu, guys like, who's the other one? Jared Verse, I guess. You could easily see some of these guys climb into the top 10 conversation because, guys, this is a league of pass protectors, pass rushers, and pass catchers to go with the passer, right? Passers, pass catchers, pass rushers, and pass protectors. And it's not in that order. Like, we forget that Joe Alt and Tyrese Fuaga? I don't know if it's Tyrese. Like, Quinyon Mitchell could easily be a top 10 player. Y'all, I'm not trying to tell you that the Bears are for sure going to get Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors. I'm not even telling you the Bears would draft them. Like, the part that I think could break Bears fans' hearts, John, to use your point, is Malik Neighbors falling to Chicago and Ryan Poles drafting Dallas Turner anyways. This is not off the table. I hope it doesn't happen. Personally, I hope the Bears get a sweet receiver because I actually think their team really needs one, right? I'm a huge believer. Actually, it's not me, right? I read a PFF article that convinced me years ago that it talked about how, would you believe it, one of the biggest drivers. So multiple choice, right? So what is, oh, that font is horrible. What drives passing success? Okay, so what drives passing success? And not quarterback. Like what position that isn't quarterback drives passing success? Okay. A, wide receiver 1. B, OT play. C, center play. D, wide receiver 2. I'll give you a second, right? Because all kinds of these things seem like they would, right? If you've got a strong wide receiver option, or even just a best first target, right? How good is Travis Kelce? Well, that'll drive a whole lot of passing success, right? And all of the above is not fair. There is a correct answer in terms of which one drove the most passing success. Then offensive tackle play. If you don't have offensive tackles, you are going to get smoked at some point. And then if you don't have a good center, obviously there are going to be all kinds of things that are hard. But if you can believe it, what PFF came to the conclusion of is that in the regular season, your wide receiver 2 drives more passing success than your wide receiver 1, because if your wide receiver 2 is really good, that implicitly means your wide receiver 1 is also really good, and most defenses can't take away 2 options within the regular season. But then you get to the playoffs, and if you can guess it, that's where your wide receiver 3, your third option, really comes into play. Now, this is not a hard and fast rule. Data is data. It is not the anecdote of every single team in the league, but it gives me the idea, right? That exactly the rule of 3 for offense is a great way to put it, John, where if the Bears can get a Malik Neighbors, and honest to goodness, if they can get any of the big receivers that we will ever talk about, like if they get anybody from Roma Dunze to Malik Neighbors to Brian Thomas to Adonai Mitchell to Lad McConkey to, gosh, who's the other one that I just had on my mind? Keon Coleman. I will be fine. I will be fine because that is a very good wide receiver too. Exactly, Demo. And that it's a good player regardless. I just think they need a receiver to pair with DJ Moore in the playoffs. Matthew, if you could believe it. So this was charting, I think, specific to receivers. In the playoffs, OT play and O-line play absolutely makes a difference. I mean, somebody mentioned all of the above. That's the right answer, right? But your wide receiver 2 and your wide receiver 3, basically how many passing options do you have, often drives this passing success stuff. And I think that there is such thing as over-addressing the problem. But in a wide receiver room right now that is DJ Moore, Tyler Scott, I think that there's this gaping hole where putting a sweet receiver will very obviously be a rising tide that lifts all boats. And I think that just makes conceptual sense to all kinds of us. I mean, especially now that you've got Ryan Bates, you have, in theory, an entire offensive line. You may not love it, but at least it is an offensive line that is whole. And then you're hoping that you add a free agent that is an extra offensive lineman that only further solidifies the offensive line, which I think we can all get behind, right? Something, right, Haplo? Well, hey, it's DJ Moore, then it's probably Tyler Scott, then it's probably Velus Jones. John, I hope they double dip at receiver. I think that there are some sweet receivers further down the draft too, but we'll get there when we get there, right? And Prabhat, exactly, you're reading my mind. The other thing that I personally think is important to talk about here is that eventually you got to plan for a game where DJ Moore is probably out. And if DJ Moore is out, then a rookie wide receiver 1 isn't what you're aiming at, right? But eventually you have to plan for a world where if your guy's out, who's the next man up? And I think Malik Neighbors, again, Brian Thomas, all the guys we're talking about are much more acceptable answers, especially in 2024 or 2025. And that's the thing, 4P. You and everybody else mentions Javon Baker. I think Baker's good, right? But I think Baker reminds me a lot more of, okay, it's not like David Bell. I think Baker's a very solid player, right? But I personally think that he did not level his play up at the Senior Bowl like I would have expected him to. Now, I pay a lot more attention to the Senior Bowl because I actually get to go, and I mean, this is just almost 4P. Help me put my own thoughts together. It's an easy trap to fall into. Is that a good way to put this? Where when you go and you watch these players live, the impression that you get from watching them can be an awfully lasting one, right? And I thought Javon Baker faded into the background a little bit, and that's okay. I mean, his tape is good. I like him a lot. But a guy like Ricky Pearsall makes more. I thought he showed a lot more. Roman Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, even Brendan Rice, I thought did a little more than Javon Baker, who personally I wish that I had seen more, and that's okay. He could easily get really good at the next level. I never want to dismiss a player's ability to get better, and like you're saying, his tape is really good. I unfortunately know how much those Big 12 tapes can lie to you as an avowed Baylor fan. But like you're saying, in the fourth round, absolutely, like, take him. It's a flyer at that stage. It does not matter. Chicago Fanatic, you mentioned, what was your ideal 2 wide receivers to come out of the draft? Like, I have been curious. So if I got to idealize this, and granted, I'm pretty flexible. I really am, y'all. Like, we just hit 1,000 viewers. I don't know if Streamlabs is lying to me, but in assuming that they're not, thank you guys so much. You rule. If you like this, give me a like on YouTube. Let me know in the comments section. DM me if you enjoy the show. I want to make this stuff as good as possible for you guys and engage your brain in some of the best Bears conversation that I possibly can offer. But I do it because I love it. What can I say? Anyways, Chicago Fanatic asked, what would your 2 ideal receivers be? So honest to goodness, Chicago Fanatic, I would take nearly anybody at the top of the draft. I am pretty flexible. I think that there are all kinds of ways to win. Everything from McConkey all the way up to Odunze. Absolutely. If somehow Marvin Harrison falls, if somehow Marvin Harrison's there at 9, obviously you'd take him too. But I believe that one of the best things that we have not openly said, Chicago Fanatic, about this Bears team is that I'm gonna write it on the board. It's that DJ Moore exists. I want to draft a receiver with the intention of that receiver becoming a number 1 receiver option in the future. Who doesn't want 2 receivers? I want the Chris Godwin to DJ Moore's Mike Evans. Who doesn't? But the best part about this Bears team is that they do already have that Mike Evans guy, right? So you don't have to wring your hands over whether Gabe Davis is going to usurp Stephon Diggs, because Stephon Diggs is a dog any way you slice it, and he's going to get his. So the first receiver that the Bears get, I would love for him to be somebody that could grow into that role in the future. I hope it's Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze, but at least right now, I'm getting really heavy trade down vibes from the Bears. So AD is somebody that at the very least I'm trying to dive deeper on, and that's part of why I wanted to watch him first, because as we dig into who these receivers are, AD appeals to me. And then I've heard also Brian Thomas, the more that people watch him, the more some of them are like, well, you know, he could end up pretty raw, or he could be DK Metcalf. And I'm like, sheesh, if you gave me DJ Moore and DK Metcalf, I'm a freak out, right? But so then the second receiver that you draft is where things get, I think, a little more interesting, right? Because of course I would take a Pearsall type guy. There's a lot of guys. There's going to be a much better, I think, 3rd round in terms of receivers than meets the eye. But you could go with anything from, hey, Caleb, do you want to draft Malik Washington? And if he does, great. And if you don't, you don't. Or I know I like Anaya Smith out of Texas A&M. He's the gadget guy that everybody, or exactly Prabat, that I think you might be able to get a little bit later. There are all kinds of these other receivers that fit the mold. I think Jamari Thrash is an interesting one. Malachi Corkley, I don't think is going to be drafted as high as people realize. So if he's there in the fourth, you get the chance to grab him anyways. I don't need all the Debo receivers, I promise. It's not the goal, but it's more that a lot of these guys that impress with their running ability also have a little bit of wiggle to them as route runners, and they would be fun ads. Another option that you could always look at would be a guy like Johnny Wilson, though he's not really my type. Xavier Legette is another funny one because Prabhat, you mentioned him. Everybody wants to mention him. So have we thought about who Xavier Legette is? Right. Yeah, you're right. Taj, I think I did mean Taj, but then Malik Washington's also another option. That's a whole lot of fun. And I do get the two blended together, Rob, if I can admit that openly. Right. So Prabhat, you mentioned Xavier Legette. Do we recognize that Xavier Legette? All right. So not to burst any bubbles, right? Xavier Legette stats. So Xavier Legette is an older player. He is 23 years old. But the biggest thing that I know I look at is you take a look at Legette. Can we all see this? Do I need to maximize it? I'm going to maximize it just to be sure. So Legette had himself a heck of a receiver or a heck of a season here as a fifth-year senior, right? But he did not break 200 yards in any of his other seasons in South Carolina. Now, that's not to say that he can't still be a good player, but when I was at the Senior Bowl, Xavier Legette popped to me as an athlete, and I could understand part of the problem because I don't think he has the technical ability to match the athleticism that he's outputting. His athleticism also reminds me a lot of Jonathan Mingo. There's nothing wrong with being a Jonathan Mingo clone, but it's more to say that I look at Legette in particular, and when you've got a fifth-year senior that's finally popping, then that's good. I mean, that's something. It's going to get him drafted, but it reminds me a lot more of Velus Jones than I think meets the eye. But beyond the Velus Jones comparison, because I think that's lazy, I'm just using that as sort of a shock. It's like guys that don't pop early bug me. I mean, it's the same thing that you could argue with Jaden Daniels, right? Where when I look at Caleb Williams stats, and I'm going to pull up Drake May's too. I'm pulling up Caleb's and I'm pulling up Drake's. Okay. So Caleb and then Drake May stats. One of my favorite things that I can see in college, if we're going to talk about blue chip players, right? If we're going to talk about good players, one of the biggest things that I know I look for is, did they get on the field early? When they did get on the field, how did they play, right? And in Drake's case, for instance, they've got him misclassified here, but he got on the field early. He threw for 4,000 yards in his first season as a full-time starter. You look at Caleb Williams, he broke onto the field as a full-time starter. Yards per attempt, 9.1, 9.1, 9.4. You could talk what you want about quarterback ratings, but it's more to say that Caleb, in his way, he was kind of the same guy the entire college career. Like you're talking about, Prabhat, the early breakout generally means you're very good, whereas the late breakout might mean you're a 23-year-old man playing amongst 20-year-old boys, which it's just a different evaluation. And like you're talking about, Fake Wonder, the NFL is a massive leap, and it does make it hard to respect late bloomers, especially when you know that you won't get to just be more athletic than the guy across from you in the NFL. But to me, at least, when I look at a Jaden Daniels stats, for instance, and this is just statistics. Yes, of course, if you know me at all, you know that I will back it up with film. But you look at Jaden Daniels and you can see this massive spike in functionally every statistic possible for Jaden Daniels that was not the way it was for 4 years, both across Arizona State and LSU. And then suddenly he plays with 2 top 15 receivers and things change. Man, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? But so exactly Chicago. It's tough. Like JJ McCarthy stats. Now I'm just curious. I haven't seen McCarthy's in particular, but so you take a look at him and actually, yeah, we see 11 games, he threw 59 attempts. That doesn't make a huge difference, but you can see that while he leveled up a little bit in terms of quarterback rating, yards per attempt, what is this? No, I mean, you definitely see him getting better. right? And getting better is not a sin, by the way, if that's not obvious. But it's more to say that the earlier you pop, generally the better. Let's see, Brian Thomas Jr. stats. Now I'm again just curious. You're catching me doing a lot of live research, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. So Brian Thomas would be one of those guys where he popped as a final year player. This has him freshman, sophomore, senior. So somebody's wrong. Life, I guess. But you look at Malik Neighbors stats. 400, 1,000, 1,500. I mean, there's a clear growth, especially when it comes to a lot of these position and skill players. I don't want to pivot things too hard. It's more like, hey, let's take a look at the data. What do we see? Right. And you can see that as you do gain that physical ability, your ability to affect the game changes a lot. And you can do more when you're older. Stunning. But Leggett in particular had so long compared to some of these other guys to make a mark and didn't make that mark until his final season. Somebody mentioned earlier, he's got great hands. What do you think about that? I honestly can tell you that I would rather you be open and drop the ball than not open and also not catch the ball or not get targeted, right? That's just me. I would take the Josh Bellamy over the N'Keal Harry, but I hope for neither of those, right? You hope for the guy that can get open and also catch the ball, and that the catching the ball part is not a consistent issue regardless. I would tell you that with Leggett, I see an athlete, but he didn't separate at the Senior Bowl either. And so at least with him, also when you talk about best hands in the draft, I think that I do wonder if Keon has some of them, because you look at some of Keon's highlight catches and those will put hair on your chest. Like Keon Coleman's highlights in particular are swoon material, but that's digging very deep into a hard tangent. But so, and that's the thing, Rob, exactly. Doing work stuff real fast. Boom. Lenny mentions roam at 9 or trade down and get BTJ at a third. Kidding with you, Lenny. But so I don't know, actually. I think I'd probably take Rome personally, just because I think that the more complete player gives you a little bit more there up at the top. But that's just because when you compare those two specifically, I want at least a second, right? I would take AD Mitchell and a second round pick. God forbid I get AD Mitchell, a second and a future third instead of Roma Dunze. But if you're offering it to me as BTJ or a third and Roma Dunze, I personally value the complete package a little bit more. But so let me see. And like you're mentioning, Alexander, you're talking about the people that bring up Burrow as an example of a senior player who had great receivers as a response to Daniel's criticism. Their tapes don't cape at all. First of all, tapes don't cape is a great rhyme. Another thing worth talking about, at least for Burrow's case. So what is this? Joe Burrow college stats. So when you look at Joe Burrow, the biggest thing that matters to me is his lack of attempts. You can definitely talk about him taking a jump as a senior. He did, right? But he didn't have but about 400 attempts until he popped off with the greatest season ever in college, right? With a guy like Jaden Daniels, you have well over 400 attempts. It's the same idea, if you will, as saying Justin Fields' situation is deeply imperfect, and I think we all agree with that as Bears fans, but he did have an awful lot of games to show us progress, and maybe we didn't see the progress that we wanted. That's okay. Like, I'm not saying that to start a fight, purely to talk about this idea of if reps make you better, or at least if reps give you the chance to become better. Jaden Daniels had an awful lot of reps before things changed. So what were the biggest drivers? A lot of it seems to be his supporting cast, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like you're saying, Rob Daniel, that's before we look at the tape explicitly. But so anyways, let's get back to the tape, right? This is a tape stream. and we're off track. And I love that we were off track because we actually did research instead of just jiving, right? And also Leonidas, hey, just pointing it out. We don't need to get we don't need to get into arguments if we can avoid it. Chris, you too. But I did think it was a good weekend for Caleb Williams because for all the people who were mentioning that he'd be 5'10, 5'11, he came in at, if not over listing, weighed in right where he should, and also, frankly, displayed bigger hands than I think a lot of people thought he had. I don't want to say things quite like prototypical, but size definitely doesn't feel like a concern to me given what we saw. But let's get back to AD Mitchell, who is, of course, oh no, there he is for 5. Also, Xavier Worthy really is that fast. I mean, you watch Xavier Worthy in particular play his game against TCU. That is a nightmare tape for Josh Newton, the corner. Like, I thought Worthy made Newton look near undraftable throughout that game. He catches nearly everything over the top of him, and also dices him up underneath. There's a play in particular, a bag of plays, right? Where you saw Worthy over here. Like, so pretend that this was Josh Newton. So one play, he dusts him deep, catches a huge touchdown over the top, walks into the end zone. Next play, you've got Newton playing off coverage, and he snaps a route outside, catches it, beats Newton outside, or like to the edge, and takes that to the house. It looked gross in the best way. Like, physical domination out of 10 is awesome. I got to tell you, Chicago, I love when we ask a question and then we start to get answers, because at least watching AD Mitchell, if we're talking about a guy who's a bad route runner, I can understand if you wanted to say unrefined. But at least in this game, I feel like we're seeing a lot of exaggerated movement. And that exaggerated movement, in my opinion, can get converted into technique because you understand how to move your body violently. Maybe you just haven't had specific coaching that has matched to what your routes need, especially for an offensive system like Texas that's it's a little on the air raidy side in the sense of here we've got one answer to this one problem, and that's what this is going to look like. But it's just me talking out loud. I mean, more than anything, I'm walking through his tape along with you. Here we see him. He looks like he wants to block hard, but you can't throw a shoulder block like that. DB's going to get right around you. Not that it makes a big difference, right? Oh, shoot. Is this a reverse? Yes, it is. What do we do with it? Put our head, lose the ball. LOL. Yeah, that's a clean strip. That ain't great. Gonna see if, especially during draft season here, we can speed up some of the tape guzzling so that we drink down as much tape as possible. Just because while normally we can get really into, or at least try to get into the weeds of what makes a good concept, I tend to think that on some of these plays where we're watching one player in particular, might be best if we just move quickly through it. Like, for instance, what does this play really tell us about AD Mitchell? Not much. But if you want to tell you something about, let's see, does Dallas do anything? What is that? Is his name Christian Jones? The right tackle? Might be. 4th and 1. Shoot. We're going. What do we do? Mitchell on the decoy. Who's that? Jatavion? Yeah, Sanders. Sanders didn't test super well. And I got to tell you, I'm not totally shocked. Sanders is a good player, but movement like this is what you see all over his tape, where, watch 0, it's not as jagged as you would think it would be, right? Boom. Biggest worry about Turner. Right, John. Well, Alpha, I'm glad you did. Ooh, who's this? Oh, this is Whittington. See, there are some plays like this, at least, where I'm sure somebody might say, oof, effort. And I'm like, it's a one read throw. Everybody on the offense knows it's not going to them, especially once they get the zero look, right? Like once they see this, they know they're getting cover zero. And once they get cover zero, they know that Whittington's getting the ball. Quick out, doesn't connect. I would need to see more effort issues on specifically plays where he probably ends up the look, which I know is being awfully specific, but that's what I would be looking for. Yeah, right on cue is right, Prabhat. Let's see, what do we got here? Is that worthy? Sheesh, look at that. Oh, Xavier, no. Oh, man. Woohoo. Look at the cut here. This is nasty up at the top. Boom. Like, look at that hip drop and acceleration out of it. That is some sweet separation. Quinn even gives him a pretty decent ball, all things considered. But yeesh. That is nasty. Like, if you wanted to get excited about a sweet, sweet receiver, that is pretty great. Would just love to catch the football there, but man, that speed really pops, which is big. Jeremy, Jeremy asked, "Hey Robert, I think I'm late, but do you consider Bates a starter or quality depth?" So I would tell you with a straight face, Jeremy, that I think Ryan Bates is right on that line, right? Where he is good enough to start, not that he should. Does that make sense? Because it's just like quarterbacks, right? If you don't have a top 20 quarterback, then most of the time your quarterback isn't good enough to start, and he's a great backup somewhere, but he's probably not anybody's starting quarterback just because he's in that bottom third. Ryan Bates, at least what I've seen, is good enough to play, but he's not better than Tevin Jenkins when Tevin's healthy. He's better than Rashad Coward, if that makes sense. Eric, we haven't actually talked about it yet, right? So this is, I guess, my high level take. Right now, Ryan Bates is the best center on the roster. That should go without saying, right? Do I think he should be the future plan at center? Well, if they get the chance to sign a better one, no. I would love for them to add somebody else. I also think that having a Bates here as an insurance plan for Tevin Jenkins' health, Nate Davis's health, and also Nate Davis maybe not rebounding like we hope he will next year is a good move. Like, look, you got to remember, can we name the Bears' last 5th round pick? Close your eyes. Don't look it up. When you think about the Bears' last 5th round pick, can you name the name? I'll give you 5 seconds of stalling before I talk about, now that you've probably gotten the point, Noah Sewell. Sewell is fine. No, Smith is a good one because Terrell Smith is there, but it's Noah Sewell. I'm pretty sure I think they had 2 5th round picks. Now you're going to make me look it up. Because everybody mentioned the one that played, but Noah Sewell also played right there. Let's see. It's Chicago Bears 2023 draft class. Let's see here. Yeah, because now I got to know. Sewell was a 4th, was he? Let's see. He was 5th, 2 5ths. This makes sense. So I'm thinking of the first 5th and completely forgot Smith was also picked in the 5th, which is a great reminder that, yeah, you can get some sweet depth guys in the 5th. You definitely can. You can also get a special teamer that plays 27 defensive snaps, right? And that's good. But if we're drafting a rookie quarterback, and at least right now it sure seems as if we're leaning that way, then I don't have any problem with Ryan Poles overemphasizing offensive line depth, right? Like, if you're telling me that the Bears overspent on getting an insurance plan for 2 guards that have not stayed healthy consistently, okay, you know what? That's fine by me. Like, it really is. I mean, as much as I know that probably sounds like, look, being real with you guys, like, there are plenty of positions where I feel like a Bears content creator is either supposed to stand up and clap for Ryan Poles no matter what, or show the nerd card and be all like, oh, well, you traded away a 5th round pick. Well, this deal was actually for this and that deal was for that. So it's actually overpaying. And I can't help but think that this is a day 3 asset. It's funny that we talk about, well, no, 4P, I'm not trying to throw Sewell away. I'm actually trying to use the point of, okay, so 4P helps me remind me to make the point a little better. I am not trying to tell you Noah Sewell sucks. I'm trying to tell you Noah Sewell did not do much as a rookie, nor would we expect him to. So in a season that I would tell you I think is intended to be geared around a rookie quarterback, like I think the 2024 Chicago Bears season is best spent focusing on developing a rookie quarterback, assuming that that's the draft direction that the Bears are going, then you need to focus your assets around protecting and developing that rookie quarterback, which doesn't bother me if that's what you're doing with Ryan Bates. It's a player that the Bears already liked. When I watched him 2 years ago, I liked him a lot. And it's all to say, I mean, it's worth remembering, why did the Bears have 2 5th-round picks? To go back to the article, it's because they traded down from the 4th round. The 5th rounder that they got was from drafting Roschon Johnson later. They went from, I think it was 103 down to 115. So they lost 12 spots, and that was worth pretty much Ryan Bates, right? The Bears could get this 5th rounder in a lot of ways. Like they could get one back if we care that much. And I imagine Poles does care that much, and he will trade down probably in the first. I wouldn't surprise me if he trades down from 9. It won't shock me if he trades down from 3 or from this 3rd rounder, and it won't shock me if he trades down from the 4th rounder either. Nothing would really shock me, and I don't think any trade down is off the table, right? But more to work back, that at least what I am seeing right now is that this 5th rounder that the Bears sent for Bates, it is going to good use, at least as I see it. And if you're talking about protecting your quarterback, bolstering your offensive line, I mean, now Ja'Tyre Carter becomes the 7th offensive lineman. This works for me. Like, Ja'Tyre Carter is an okay player, but even as a 6th offensive lineman, it didn't show what I hoped he might last year. Now on 7th, or now that he's the 7th offensive lineman, yes. Like, instead we get a guy in gosh, I cannot believe I gotta look at it again. In Bates, that is proven depth. He's basically Lucas Patrick, but what we remember, right? But what we wanted him to be. And then maybe the Bears take a stab at either. I hope they don't draft a center and have him compete with Bates. That would bum me out a little bit, right? But on the other side of things, if they do ultimately sign a free agent, then especially free agent center, then you've got yourself a decently deep offensive line, which I think is nice. Thank you, Grashlam. Yes, if we've got 120 people on YouTube and I see 1,300 on my stream ticker thing, which is amazing. Thank you. There must be a huge Twitter audience, and I appreciate you guys. But so hit that YouTube button, or hit that YouTube like button, which I think would be awesome. But like you're saying, Joe Calzano, I personally think rookie center, rookie quarterback is a mistake. It's not something that I would do. And Jonathan Perry, you mentioned Ken Bates snapped the ball. Well, we'll sure see later, because we're going to take a look at, I did pull some Bates tape that we can walk through. I do think there's quite a few solid centers in the draft. There are a lot of options, but like you're saying, Prabat, Zach Zinter could easily be a steal. I think, Zach Frazier looks like he could be really solid, but I think especially if Bates is used as an insurance plan, I like the move. If Bates becomes the Bears' attempt at a cheap center, I still don't hate it. You guys have to remember that every evaluator ends up sticking to his priors, and I liked Bates a lot when the Bears originally gave him this same contract that the Bears just traded for. I have no issue with Bates at all. Like, to me, this isn't Lucas Patrick, who I kind of had to talk myself into a little bit at the time. This is a player I remember really liking when the Bears were attempted to get him in Ryan Poles' first offseason. So it's funny that the Bears ultimately reached back into the past and pulled their guy out with a 5th rounder. It's equally weird that now, because of Dan Feeney and is it N'Keal Harry? Like, is this the N'Keal Harry pick that we just lost? That now the Bears start to look like they don't have a day 3. That's weird, right? But at least in a vacuum, it doesn't bother me. And that's the funny thing, new poster, I will tell you, like, You mentioned we can't just keep lowballing the position. Patrick Feeney, now Bates. We need an actual starter. The funny part is, new poster, if you look at a lot of the guys around the league, center is a position that is lowballed all the time. I mean, all the time. You get the rare Jason Kelsey, Creed Humphrey, etc., etc. You get a lot of Bradley Bozeman's. You get a lot of Sam Mustafers. You get a lot of them. Now, the fact that the Bears centers have been bad is a separate issue. And I agree with you. I want the Bears to get a center that can play. Stop it with these centers that snap the ball God knows where, right? Stop it with these centers that can't seem to stop a nose tackle under nearly any circumstances. Like, I completely agree with you. It's just funky when you look around the league that even Ricky Stromberg is taken pretty high compared to a lot of centers. And a lot of the early drafted centers that you see across the league, well, they only end up so good. Like, I think it's Garrett Bradbury. He's fine, but is he amazing? I don't know about first rounder amazing. JMS, second round pick, top 60 pick. Has he been amazing? Anything but, right? That's not to say they can't work. It's more to say that center is a position that is very often underspent on. And the teams that spend big on that center, sometimes they do get an impact player, just like they wanted. And sometimes they just get a center. Now, I want a center. Let's start there. Right? Average would be awfully helpful. Average would be awfully helpful. But exactly, John, that's your favorite. And like you're saying, Wags, I ultimately do think he's a swing offensive lineman, and that's a good thing. Like, extra depth is good. Thumbs up for depth. Big old fan of depth, right? But anyways, let's get back to AD Mitchell, just because I would love to stay at least as on track as we can. Ooh, is that worthy? Nice route, though. Woo! Look at that speed. Get that ball just a little further out. Two might take it away at that point. But that is some easy speed. Somebody asked me earlier, hey, Rob, under what circumstances would you draft Xavier Worthy? So I'm sure we could cook up some wild scenario where the Bears have enough picks to where I would seriously consider Xavier Worthy. But me personally, there's not a ton of them that I would back my way into, to be honest with you. Just because I think that he is a luxury piece that doesn't suit what the Bears need, because a lot of what I think he's best at is something that the Bears have an elite weapon at that spot. It's not exactly the same. Xavier Worthy is not DJ Moore. They are not exactly the same, right? But that's the other piece, new poster. At least right now, people are projecting Worthy in the bottom of the first round. A 4.21 is going to make a lot of people's eyes bug out of their heads, right? But me, I wouldn't take Worthy over Ladd. And I would take Ladd, where a lot of people are suddenly projecting Worthy, and all the risks that came with that, even though I think Ladd may end up taken in the middle of the second round, maybe. Hard to tell, because Ladd has done nothing wrong. And so for all I know, he may defy the trend. But like you're saying, Chicago, it's funny you mentioned if Worthy goes to KC, sheesh, look out. I mean, yes, but also KC kind of takes the guys like Worthy all the time, and a lot of them are not balling. Like Sky Moore to me and Kadarius Toney to me are not totally dissimilar from guys like Xavier Worthy. John Ross being another example, I guess you could say, where you do want a slightly more complete receiver than Worthy, who is a fast guy. Mario, I'm really interested. When you think character about AD Mitchell, that's not a concern I've heard before. What are you talking about? Because I will totally admit that I have not thought about Mitchell's character in the slightest. What are you considering? There's Whittington on an out. Wags, I think he's an interesting option. Interesting is a good way to put it. He's stupid athletic. And it's funny you mentioned that, John. You mentioned the speed making no difference for the Giants. It didn't make a ton of difference on the down stuff, but Vaughn, don't go there. Mario does a lot more work than a whole lot of people. He really does. Here's the wide receiver pass. He actually does a good job getting over the top. Mr. O'Shea, I should pay a guy for it. I can tell you about it later. And that's the thing, new poster. It's both. Like you mentioned souring on measurables. It's not explicitly measurables. Brian Thomas is a great example of what it looks like to win off of measurables, right? Because he does. He wins off of measurables. John, I will tell you that I thought that Jalen Hyatt was one of the only reasons that they made nearly any plays at all, right? Now, that's being very specific, but the only explosives that they seemed able to generate were because Hyatt's easy speed really freed him up. And I'll tell you what, Hyatt in the third round did everything you could ask for him. That's the problem, isn't it, John? It's that Worthy right now is being talked about as a first round kind of guy, and Hyatt got drafted at 71. And so you look at the difference between where those guys go, and I would argue that that guides what they may do for you in the NFL. Look at Worthy Bake here. I mean, I understand that this is a man scenario where Alabama's just going to leave a poor DB in man and end up just baking the guy. But gosh, there's just no catching him. Two doesn't have a chance. And you're right, John. He was being mocked around the same place. So that may be where the NFL sees it. Boom. Teardrop. That's interesting, Mario. Who knows? I don't. Main thing that I keep thinking about is like, you see this dig and you do see sharpness. Pop. Yeah, John, if we could get Worthy with our third, I'm running to the podium. Running to the podium. And I have no problem with that. Right? Like the moment that you're talking about Worthy and you're talking about getting him further down, like, yes. But if you're telling me I have to draft him probably in the top 50 picks, I'm just a lot less interested. Because to me, that's a player that does realistically just about one thing for you. Would I hate trading out of 9 to like 19 to get a good pick back and take JPJ? I wouldn't hate it. I would want to make sure we got a second, we being the Bears, and then I'd want to use that second on the best receiver that I could get. But I'm also at least looking into these receiver options that you could get at 19. Because, let's see, was this a good JT Sanders game? I mean, honestly, I haven't actually watched it yet. So we'll find out together. There's Sanders making a catch. He's a lot more athletic once he gets the ball than than while he's running. While he's running, sometimes he looks awfully tight endish to me. But then, I mean, you watch that and that's some smooth motion. And I really like that. 2A all day. I love Keon Coleman. I really do. I mean, I'm probably one of the bigger Keons. I don't know about bigger. I'm sure there's some even further or even bigger Keon stands than I am. But he's one of my major that boy nice kinds of guys. Like Keon, to me, did everything I would have expected of him at the combine. And even then, like his times for the 40 were poor. And then his speeds throughout all the route running portions were hilariously fast, which matches what I feel like we see on tape, that he's got all kinds of game speed. And honestly, 2A, the other thing that's worth mentioning. So for those who don't know, Keon Coleman in the gauntlet drill, as well as on most of the routes, Next Gen Stats charted him as one of the top 4 fastest receivers in pretty much every on-field drill they did, but he was obviously one of the slowest that ran the 40. The funny part that I see is that there are an awful lot of football players, of which Adonai Mitchell is one, right? Where the speed that you run a go route, you just run it, right? You are not throttling at all. You are just hauling up that seam. But then when you run a dig route, right, you can't haul like that because you don't have the inhuman ability to drop your hips and break in one step. So you see these guys throttle up this seam. They're just not as fast so that they can hit the brake cleanly because they know that that sudden break is really important, right? Keon plays at one speed. One speed is good. One speed is the ideal way to run your route, because if you can hit your stem and still drop your hips and still make that cut, the DB can't read you. And the fact that Terrion Arnold, to use an example, has to threaten. He has to understand that you're threatening that stem because you might be running that seam route we just talked about, or a go, or a slot fade, or whatever you might think it is, and then you hit the dig is what creates that 3-yard separation where Keon is right here and the DB's over here. When you throttle, especially NFL corners, they'll notice. And a lot of times that may not stop them, or that may not totally stop your ability, but they will buckle down on the vertical threat. And they'll say, not, are you going to take me vertical, but okay, where are you breaking, right? Are you running a post? Are you running an out? Are you running a dig? Are you running a curl? And they'll sit right here. And you can still, with quick agility, generate separation that way. But when you are able to threaten vertically, this is what's made Tyreek Hill so good, right? Is that Tyreek, just like we saw Xavier Worthy just do, which is not my campaign, but I guess this fits what Worthy is good at. When Worthy can drop his hips like that and break off of really high velocity, it's going to put any DB that's slower footed in a bind where they just can't bother getting their hands on Worthy, because even getting that close is too dangerous, right? But exactly, O'Shea, they should be running that basic like a vert. And you're absolutely right, Jibby, that you need long speed. I mean, you do need long speed. Don't let me act like slow is always better. It's more that there's roles in every NFL offense, and not every single receiver needs to be the same type of deep threat as some of these other guys. And that's okay, right? Because especially when you look at, I think, a player like Keon, you can be a major slot threat. Now, Chicago Bull, it's not fair because you ask me, who do you like better, Keon or Thomas Jr.? Thomas Jr. is the drastically better athlete. Thomas Jr. played with the Heisman. Thomas Jr. has probably better stats. I think FSU's offense was a mess, personally, and I think Keon can be an awfully complete player that I'm excited that he dominated like he did at Michigan State, transferred, and still played really well, because that shows that same early breakout. I can tell you right now, Chicago Bull, I don't know Brian Thomas well enough to tell you detailed thoughts on him like I know of Keon, just because I've followed Keon for longer than I expected. But the fact that Brian Thomas had a combined 600 yards until his 1,000-yard season this year tells a different story than we saw with Keon dominating at Michigan State and then also dominating at Florida State, even though I know he's not an analytics darling, because he and Jordan Travis don't mesh as well as a lot of quarterback receiver combinations. Because if there is one thing you need from Keon, for Keon to work, it's precise ball placement. Like, Keon Coleman is like a power forward, right? He posts you up, he sticks his hand out, and he needs the ball at least on this side of his shoulder. Jordan Travis had a bad habit of leading the ball on the wrong shoulder, right? And that hurt Keon's ability to produce, because this is wide open if you can get the ball to that spot. But it's hard to do. In the NFL, I tend to think that there are going to be quarterbacks that will play that style of ball better. And Preston, I think Caleb is accurate enough to get the ball to an area code. That's for sure. There are a lot of people that freak out about quarterback accuracy. I think accuracy is always more a combination of wide receiver ability to adjust as it is ball placement. And accuracy, as we know it, basically changes depending on who's throwing the ball and who's catching it. But yeah, in general, Caleb's plenty accurate and should have a better time with it than Jordan Travis. Yeah, Texas did love that fast 3 and fast 4. They did a ton of it. Not to mention Worthy is that dynamic weapon. See, if you wanted to talk about Adonai Mitchell being like having a loaf issue, this is a better example to me, which I think it's the post wheel that you see all kinds of teams run in college. But I would argue that Mitchell, we can get open here. Like, Mitchell looks back, and I would give the kid credit if I thought he was doing it. I don't think Mitchell is reading, oh, well, I've got an underneath defender sitting right here, so I'm just not open. The wheel's as good as we're going to get. No. I think we've got the athleticism to sprint for the corner and at least force this DB to honor it, right? Hey, thank you, Mr. O'Shea. I really appreciate you. Now, that's not what happens, right? But if we are going to talk about loafing, I would say that AD sees that he's got some attention on him and he says, I'm not open. That may not work. The Bears may have an issue with this, right? And that's the thing. Exaggerated movement, I see as a good thing. Gresham. Like me personally, I think that exaggerated movement can be refined into good route running because there are some guys that it's kind of like, let me see, Gresham. It's kind of like when you talk about DBs, that there are some DBs that aren't physical at all. And there are some DBs that are too physical. Given the choice, I would rather have the DB that's too physical because we can walk a little bit of that back. Whereas the DB that's not physical at all, that trying to teach him to jam. Wags, thank you so much for becoming a member. Yes, there we go. They're down, baby. All right, so, and then, so talking about the DB that's not physical at all, teaching him to jam, teaching him to trust that jam, move his feet within that jam at the NFL level, it's just probably not going to happen. So at least for me, Gresham, when I look at an exaggerated mover, at least we've got something that we can refine. Whereas guys that just release off the line and run straight routes, those kinds of raw receivers, turning them into technical route runners, I would say is a much longer battle because any concept of selling or acting may just be completely foreign to them as opposed to an exaggerated mover who understands the gist. They're just doing it wrong. Does that make sense? That's at least how I see the game, right? But like you're saying, his what is it? His Mitchell's route running at this moment is not as technical as I think you'd like it. But he's a 21-year-old kid. You're trying to figure out where these guys are on their development tracks and going from there. Thank you, O'Shea. I love DBs. For one of my best friends in the industry, or best friends in general, he coaches safeties, and that's where I picked up a bunch of stuff from. Let's see here. Run play. Who's the best route runner? JK, you know who it is, right? You know who it is. No, Chris, I don't think it's MHJ, and I don't think it's Neighbors either. If we're talking pure route running, and I'm thinking route running, by the way, as a function of speed plus foot frequency plus your ability to sell routes, it's Ladd McConkey. Like it's 185-pound Ladd McConkey. He's his own guy. O'Shea, excited that you subscribed. Everybody hates the dance. And now it's just becoming something I think is just hilarious. But so Ladd is the precision route runner of this class. Now, there are plenty of guys that are, if you wanted to add speed as a function of route running, so how good a route runner are you based on how big you are, and the smaller route runners, you're going to discount them, that's a separate thing, right? Like, at that point, I would tell you that maybe a bigger guy that I'm not thinking about right now might classify as better. But I personally think that Ladd McConkey is the best one right now. Yeah, no, exactly, Turbo. You mentioned get rid of that Bears logo, and I was like, does he know? Oh, would love for us to get that. Would love for us to get that. Feels like, oh man. Chris, I don't think you're the only one who likes Adunze. I honestly think that there's a chance that after his combine, just talking it out, Adunze seems like such a high character guy that now that you're starting to see all these draft analysts, the guys who are plugged in, no, I hear you. No worries, man. Now that we're starting to hear so many plugged in analysts project Adunze higher than we were weeks ago, look, I'm just saying, I feel like we do this every year where Daniel Jeremiah and what is it? Brugler, whose name escapes me all of a sudden. I'm so sorry, Brugler. But so they start talking and then everybody else is giving opinions, and opinions are great, but they seem like they hear stuff, right? Dane Brugler. Thank you, Prabhat. What a blank, right? But so if they're hearing that Adunze had the weekend that I was worried he did, then we might see Neighbors be the one who ultimately falls, which still doesn't bother me because I think Neighbors is unbelievable. I would argue I think Neighbors is the better pure player than Adunze, but as far as the package of who they are as people, I don't know, and I'm never going to pretend that I do, right? I can give you a guess, but I don't know. I don't know, and I can't pretend to, right? But so this idea of at least seeing what happens over the draft board, it would not shock me if the Bears end up with a better shot at Neighbors than Odunze, partially because Odunze still tested awfully well for a big person, and people love big people, right? But like you're saying, Prabat, so plenty of people do have Neighbors as a wide receiver one. So who's to say? Because he's an outstanding player. Outstanding player. Tito, you mentioned you think the Bears trade down at 1 to get more picks or trade up from 9 to get a top 3 receiver. Don't think 5 picks is going to cut it, knowing polls. I kind of think it's neither, right? Like, I don't think the Bears only having 5 picks is going to drive the Bears to trade down from 1. The Bears are going to make their decision on Justin Fields or Caleb Williams. In fact, they probably already have. I'm not going to pretend I know what it is. The media is certainly seeming to lead in a very specific direction. Right now, I'm operating under the assumption that the Bears are going to draft Caleb Williams. But what you do at quarterback is not going to drive the rest of your draft class. If anything, it means that there is a chance that the Bears are going to have Malik Neighbors on the board, your favorite receiver. It doesn't matter, right? Your favorite receiver. They're going to have Odunze. They're going to have Marvin Harrison. They're going to have Malik Neighbors sitting there at 9 just because the Bears hate you, and then they're going to trade down from that spot, which would not surprise me, right? I would not be shocked at all if QB4, whoever that is, if that's JJ McCarthy, there you go. If that's Jaden Daniels, there you go. The trade that I'm beginning to think may happen. Hey, I'm just going to throw can we all sit back? Can we all take our tinfoil hat out of the refrigerator? Can we put our tinfoil hat on? And let me take you down a road that I think is interesting. So, same draft as Caleb Williams, skipping his medical, which that sent me down a rabbit hole. I was like, well, why is Caleb skipping his medical? He's obviously copying something, right? And so then I found, if you found this on Twitter, that Caleb skipping his medical is actually a precedent that current NBA draft picks just got written out of the CBA, that they have been that the NBA picks over the last couple years have been selectively handing out medicals to teams all throughout the first round of the NBA to try to force their way to fall to certain teams, right? Where a team won't draft you if they don't have your medical. So if a team at 8 doesn't get the medical, then you might fall to 13 so that you can play with, I don't know. This is where I don't know the NBA enough, right? But that got me thinking, because Jaden Daniels then didn't do his media availability. He didn't measure. He didn't test. He didn't throw. He said he's going to leave it all to his pro day. And I think he did do his medical, but it just got me thinking that I wonder if Jaden Daniels wants to make his way to Vegas, right? Hey, it's just a thought. But if Jaden Daniels already thinks, because I don't really believe what the media is saying about Daniels QB2, right? But see you later, Turbo. I don't really think, I think Drake May is still QB2. I would be shocked if Drake May is not QB2. Drake May is too good, too prototypical, too athletic, blah, 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 whatever you want to say. It's my take that you've got Caleb, then you got a small gap, then you got Drake, then you got a pretty big gap, then you've got JJ, and then I think Daniels is underneath that, just because of some concerns I have about him as far as basically how often he doesn't throw past his second read. Sometimes he'll navigate to his second read, sometimes he doesn't. About 23% of his offense is scrambles, and that's just a huge fraction. And so we can get into that later. There's a whole bunch of data that supports it. It'll go up on DBB as soon as I'm done editing Kyle's article, right? But so the point that I'm getting at here, if Jaden Daniels thinks that he's either QB2 or QB3 or QB4, right? And he's currently thinking that he might go to Boston, or he might go to New York, or he could see what he could do to just slide a little bit longer and get in range so that his own coach from Arizona State can trade up for him and he gets to play with Devontae Adams in Las Vegas. I can understand from the player's perspective why he might enjoy that more than going to one of these teams that has nothing to offer him, there's no way these quarterbacks don't think or that there's no way these quarterbacks think that situation is irrelevant, right? Not that Daniels is sitting there sweating, saying, "Oh me, oh my, I can't possibly succeed anywhere other than Las Vegas." It's more to say that it's just not that common, right? That you've got your old coach running a team without a quarterback, right? And so if Daniels does fall to 9, then I could easily see Vegas coming up to 9. So the Bears go to 13. And then at 13, maybe they take a receiver. That could be Brian Thomas. That could be Adonai Mitchell. That could be all kinds of people. Maybe Neighbors falls there. It's still a heavy OT, DE, corner, it's still heavy on all that. Like the receivers being pushed a little further down the board just wouldn't shock me, because receiver is a position that gets pushed aside all the time, especially when you've got a deep receiver class. And data says round 2 is where a lot of receivers are best to take, right? But just at least talking all that out. I mean, he's probably gone, Mario, right? But I'm more talking like, who's to say what's going to happen? If the Bears do trade to 19 or to 13, I would hope that they can get a second round pick. They at least get a third and a future third, I think, especially if the Raiders are coming up for a quarterback, trying to avoid the Vikings, right? As the Vikings probably try to go get their quarterback. But I'm going to take that tinfoil hat back off. That's my goofy, wild thought where somebody asked, where do you want to trade to? The Raiders make a lot of sense to me in that case. Maybe move back, let the Steelers come up. Maybe the Rams want to come up for, I doubt that the Rams want to come up for a quarterback. Big thing worth mentioning is that the team has to have a reason to come up. So what player are they coming up for? Is it a defensive end? Hey, that's possible, but you're probably not trading up 10 spots for a defensive end. You might trade up 10 spots for a tackle if you like JC Latham and you think he's going to go, or you like Olu and you think he's not long for this board. That's always possible, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's like the Jets coming up 1 spot to the Bears. And what's that going to get you? 4th round pick? Apparently. And that's a future 4th, maybe to get you 5th. But so all this to say, I don't actually know who would trade with the Bears. I think it depends on where the quarterbacks go, right? I think New Orleans is also an intriguing thought, but let's see if we can't keep burning through some tape, right? We enjoying the stream? Like it. We're not enjoying the stream? Let me know why. I'm having a great time. This stream actually feels like it's gone really well, especially for an off-season stream, for crying out loud. Like, we're just talking ball, fam. There's AD on the outside. Here this is again. Like, what's he doing? Am I nuts? Like, I understand that we look back and we see that Quinn is running with the ball, but like, why do we cut inside here and we don't try to get over the top of the DB? Because we can. It's questions that, look, if me, a stupid kid on the internet, is going to ask, I'm sure somebody in an NFL scouting room is at least going to beg the question, right? Do I think there's a chance Pulse trades one to reap more picks in this draft, Jake? So, Jake, there's always a chance, right? Always a chance. I mean, it's worth remembering that yeah, I know, John. At least it seems that way. Peyton, I will, you know what, just for you, I do have some tape. We'll get there. Let's see. I got you, O'Shea. At the very least, we're going to do it. But so, Jake, to finish your question, because I think it's an important one, I tend to think that the Bears are going to segment what they want to do with draft capital with what they want to do with the quarterback position. Wags, we will get there. Main thing worth remembering, in my opinion, is that your quarterback is sort of your guiding star among roster building, right? And Jake Kirk, you might disagree with this, but I think this is how a lot of teams operate. Having a plan at quarterback is critical, because whatever your plan is at quarterback, it does, for whether you like it or not, it does guide the team that you build. If you have, it's not that everything is dependent on a quarterback. You don't kit every single receiver to only the receivers that the quarterback likes. That's the thing, New Poster. You mentioned you wish the Vikings felt the same way. New Poster, the Vikings are the best example. They decided that a given in Kirk Cousins was drastically better for their team building purposes than taking lottery shots at quarterback. And they did this for years. I mean, do we remember when the Vikings handed that guaranteed contract to Cousins the first time? They were laughed at. But that ability to add a top 14 quarterback, because he got better, but at the time he was just barely top half. We were still exiting the quarterback golden age, right? The Vikings had the ability to say, okay, this is our quarterback and we're going to build around him. So because of this, Jake, full circle, the Bears have evaluated already whether they think that Fields is that dude. If they do, it is a matter of time. Like if they do and they think he's that guy, it is a matter of time until they trade number one again. I think they would have spoken differently. I got to tell you, right? Where I don't think that they would have done all of this talk about, quote, when we get to that decision, we're going to make sure we do right by Fields. I know, O'Shea, give me just a second. We're going to get back there, right? But so that's at least the way I interpret it. Maybe I'm being led astray. Maybe Ryan Poles is pulling the wool over our eyes. But guys, Poles kind of hasn't done that, right? If anything, Poles has actually been radically honest about not only what has happened, but what he wants to do going forward, right? Where at least from what I have seen, I remember I was there, right? I couldn't make the money work this year to go to the combine, but last year I was in that room where Ryan Poles said, yeah, ideally we want to get this thing done before free agency. So that's our timeline. And if we can get it done there, that's when we want to make this trade. And then bang, or that's when he said, that's when we want to get this settled. And then boom, they made the trade just days after that comment. And like after that comment, DJ Moore trade turns into DJ Moore, obviously the number one overall pick this year, Darnell Wright. And we even still get a second round pick next year that we have not cashed in yet, plus Tyreek Stevenson. I mean, it's an awesome trade. Totally works for the Bears. It was amazing, right? And I got to tell you guys, part of what made that trade amazing is because it supported a quarterback. But if the Bears, the best way I can put this is, if the quarterback is a big part of your foundation, right? Exactly, Sean. Exactly. That before he said, if that's the decision we come to, they all have. They haven't completely played their hand, right? But Sean, I'm more talking about, I guess, the vibe difference, right? And it's just a vibe. I'm a guy on the internet. I'm not a fortune teller. And most importantly, I hope you guys don't hear me, regardless of how much you know the decision that I have a preference towards. I hope you don't hear me betting my entire credential, so to speak, on the Bears are going to draft Caleb Williams, and anybody who thinks otherwise is a stupid dingus. Like, this is football. If we can't sit back and enjoy it, we can't sit back and enjoy it. And that's too bad, if you ask me. It's more to say that, yeah, amen, MJ. But so, right, Preston. Ultimately, I think I do know where the Bears are leaning, but I don't even know when the Bears are going to trade Fields, because right now, figuring out when to optimize Fields' market is just not an easy thing, especially because I imagine, I'm just going to tell you guys, O'Shea, we're going to get to the tape. I appreciate you. The biggest hurdle, I guess you could say, that I think that the Bears have to overcome here is that I do actually think that there is some intrinsic value to the Bears getting Fields traded sooner rather than later. Right? Like, just talking this out with everybody, I think that the Bears want to look. I don't think that the Ryan Poles is going to pass on a second round pick for the fans, right? But I think that the fans, the building, the locker room, everybody involved, that they would like to get this transition started sooner rather than later. I mean, the last time Justin Fields was in Soldier Field, the stadium chanted his name. This is a guy the city loves. To not take that seriously would be stupid. Can I be so blunt in saying that? There is a people cost the longer you drag this out. And the more that you drag this out, especially with a tag sitting on Jalen Johnson, who is a leader inside that locker room, I would argue the worse. Because you do want to send the message to your locker room that you are going to take care of these guys, right? And so I tend to think 2A all day mentions, I think we need to move him before the new year. I think you have a week after the new year where you get kind of a grace period where where Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield are going to get off the board. And then at that point, maybe you finally get that offer you want, or you just take the best remaining offer at the time and you played your cards and you didn't end up getting it. And there you go. Right. But I would be pretty surprised if Ryan Poles takes this thing to draft day, to say the least. Now, if he does, I'm going to be honest with you. Every day past March 20th that Justin Fields remains a Chicago Bear, I will begin to believe that the Bears might be pivoting in his direction. But March 20th is kind of I guess you could call it a deadline, and I would be pretty surprised if the Bears don't have it moved by then. Nothing's impossible, right? It's more that maybe we'd hear some things right after that pro day. Always possible that they want to wait until Caleb's pro day to make their decision, but I would be surprised. I mean, I think that the Bears, you have to remember, this is an organization that started 0-4. We can make whatever jokes we want, but the Bears have been scouting Caleb Williams since September. Like, if they don't have an answer now, they won't have an answer later, right? But I am at the very least, like, that's the thing. 2A mentions, what will the pro day tell? Yeah, right? Maybe they'll get his medical at that point. Maybe they want to have him in for a meeting, but it wouldn't surprise me if the answer is pretty much yes or no on Justin Fields before it's yes or no on Caleb Williams. I mean, I would hope that these evaluations are slightly independent, right? But that's at the very least what I would hope is being done from a process perspective. It's not necessarily what's going to happen, but they're going to keep him in draft Caleb. See, I personally think, Gresham, that keeping Justin Fields while also drafting Caleb Williams would be outrageously toxic. That's my opinion, right? I think asking the locker room to take sides is it's a lot. I mean, to me, that sounds like a great way to split your locker room and create a culture problem. And that's me defending Justin and also defending Caleb in that capacity, because I think each individual guy will win over different guys, right? And so at that point, you're going to have, just to use a stupid bunch of arbitrary names, Montez Sweat is going to think that Justin Fields is that dog, or DJ Moore is going to think that Justin Fields is that dog. Montez Sweat is going to think that Caleb Williams should be playing. And then Andrew Billings is going to think that Caleb Williams should be playing. And then Gervon Dexter is going to think that Fields is that dog. And like you're saying, new poster, we did have Trubisky Folds, but that's a veteran. That is a true to form journeyman that had played major games somewhere else. Does that make sense? Like, to me, I think that's a difference. Justin Fields has been a Bear. And I think that there's a different emotional capacity to guys like Cole Kmet that have been there the entire time. Wentz Hurts is always possible, Mario. Nothing is out of the question. It's been done in the past, especially because you've got, what is it? It's a business. And at the end of the day, these guys are professionals. But it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it really wouldn't surprise me if the Bears see this as one or the other, and not necessarily with Caleb, etc. Like, oh yeah, it was toxic, but they made it work, right? It does bum me out. I won't talk about the bummer thing. Anyways, somebody asked me earlier, remind me the question. I'll scroll up through the super chats. If you super chat something, I am going to respond to it as quickly as I can. What do I think of signing Boyd and drafting Bowers? So a friend of mine doesn't know if Tyler Boyd is going to be a good fit in the Shane Waldron offense. Did we? Oh, shoot. Oh, man. This is not separation. Holy smokes. It's just a good catch. Go up and get that ball. It's a nice throw, too. Like, ball drapes perfectly over the shoulder, but snaps it out of the air, comes down with it. That works. But so I think Bowers is interesting. The biggest thing I see with Bowers is that he's definitely an alien athlete, but his positionlessness bothers me. I got to tell you. To me, now, Wags, I think you might have heard me talk about this before, but The biggest problem I have with a lot of draft picks, especially unusual draft picks, right, is a guy like Bowers needs to be used well by his offensive coordinator. And his offensive coordinator and while I think Shane Waldron is a good offensive coordinator, using a unicorn is harder than it seems compared to using an X wide receiver or a Z wide receiver or an F wide receiver, just because you've used these guys your entire life. Because you mentioned that his offensive coordinator loves tight ends, but ours isn't really a tight end. I mean, Jaheim Bell is a much more extreme example because he's like 6'1", right? But let me see. He's 6'1", but Bowers, as memory serves, is like 6'2.5", right? I mean, he's not that big, but I don't know. I can't help but think that Bowers is so. I live in a world where Bowers is really good, but he's a player that I probably would not focus on drafting. If I was on the Bears personally, like if I was a scout in the Bears room, I would definitely go through the process of grading Bowers, but I would probably have him set somewhere on the board around 17th, right? And then even if we traded down to 19th, I would have wide receivers over him, right? Just because I'm a big positional value person, and I think that Bowers' uniqueness is actually a flaw more than it is a positive. And like you're saying, Wags, in theory, it could be sick. I think there are easier ways to achieve an offense that is as good or better. And that's it, right? Man. Okay, Quinn. And you can see this is, I think, so funny, right? Where you watch a guy like Worthy, look at that separation. I mean, it's that right there is where we separate a little bit. But the moment that he has to make a contested catch, he kind of turns into Darnell Mooney, right? Which, don't get me wrong, I ain't hating. You know I love Darnell Mooney, right? But it's more to say that I think what separates Worthy from some of these other receivers is that if you can make a contested catch, that does help you an awful lot. Not to mention Worthy's body control seems like it's really bothered by people being near him. And that's not always a major positive. Okay, here's Mitchell on a dig route. Oh, CB comes over the top. Yeah, O'Shea, when Quinn is on, Quinn can throw the hell out of the football. Jimmy, that's kind of how I feel, right? Not that I actually want AD at 9, because I don't think you have to do that. But I think that a more traditional, look, I know it's boring, but the more traditional, big, fast receiver, I think, is going to ultimately help your offense more than a tight end that is really unusual, and that can be a cool thing, but it's a little more niche. Little more niche. I'm with you, O'Shea. There are pieces of what AD is doing that I think are really good. I mean, I would argue that AD has a very similar vibe as I'm watching him to George Pickens, but more athletic, which that's a good thing. This can't have been on purpose, right? There's no way. It's a fumble Rooski, and they picked it up. That's awesome. See, this is one thing with bigger guys that I watch all the time, right? You watch him right here, and you're going to see it takes him a lot of steps. So he's going to gas off the line, just like he should. But because he's so big, look, sorry, I'm a physics guy, right? When you are that big and you're moving that fast, it takes you a lot of effort when you drop your hips to come to a complete stop. This is a little bit of an ESB curl, right? Like pop off the line, step, finally get around. It's not as sharp as you might like it, which is one thing that, at least as I've watched AD Mitchell, does stick out to me, that he is so fast that some of his route technique can bite him a little bit, because his ability to stop is not as strong as his ability to start. It's not full on, gosh, what was the kid from Mighty Ducks? Is anybody remembering what I'm talking about? The really fast one that couldn't stop. It was his whole thing. But He in particular doesn't have the start stop or the stop, because it's not the start stop that we saw with Quentin Nelson, which I understand that Quentin Nelson is a living meme at this point, right? But but at least when we watched Quentin Nelson's tape last year, his ability to stop was really, really good. It was Luis Mendoza. Thank you, Fake Wonder. It was really, really nice. And like you're saying, O'Shea, that's not a winning crow route at the NFL level. And I mean, Quentin, did I not say Quentin Johnston? You said Quentin Johnston, I mean. Did I say something else? Because, yeah, it was QJ. Ooh. Are we going to throw the flag? We are, right? No. Just because we think the corner bites it. And that's the thing, Travis McKnight. So one thing always worth remembering. Yeah, the stone hands guy, right? One thing that's always, I think, worth remembering is that a receiver's ability to stop. So I'm just going to draw that for a stop versus what kind of routes he can corner on. There are some guys that have really solid change of direction on 45-degree routes. This was Vegas, right? But on a 90-degree route, they can't do it. So one thing that you can watch for, just in case that you want to do that, right? If that's your thing for, what was it? Let me see, Travis. It's taking a look at what kind of angles they're able to break well on. And in Mitchell's case, he seems to me like he can break on a 90-degree angle decently, but it's that full stop that he struggles with. But so, O'Shea, I'm not a Texas fan explicitly. We're just watching the tape, right? I'm a Baylor fan. My cursed existence. Pearsall's a lot of fun. Pearsall's one of those guys where I've loved watching him through this pre-draft process because I already liked his tape at Florida, but nobody was talking about him when I watched him in like early February. So I was like, maybe he's just my kind of guy. And then he ends up popping. And now who knows? Maybe he'll end up in the second round somehow. Man, this is nice. See, these kinds of routes are what would get me pretty excited, right? Like, it's not that much. Don't oversell it. But the ability to sell a route like that and create that kind of separation, nice. What about Gabe Davis out of Baylor? That Gabe Davis? What Gabe Davis was Baylor? Like, so any wide receivers getting love that you don't understand why? It's funny, John. That answer was Tez Walker, unfortunately. And now he's fallen off a little bit. Still had a crazy athletic combine, but we know he's an athlete. The wide receiver technique part is just not there. And I think a lot of people are picking up that while he's big and fast, he's not physical, and that betrays his size and makes the size kind of vanity size, right? Let me see. Other receivers. I think Leggett gets a lot of love that I'm not huge on. But if you know me at all, John, dunking on people or being expressly negative is just not my personal cup of tea, which I completely understand. There are all kinds of people that are like, you don't like being negative, but you're negative about a specific player nearly every week. And there's a separate ethos to that. But we're not going to get into it if I can avoid it. A lot of the ones that are getting love up top, I really think are that good. I really like the funnest part to me about this receiver class is that there are a lot of guys that are just flat dogs, and I think is really cool. I mean, when you see this diverse a set of playmakers, you know that not only could the Bears get a lot better, but the league could get a whole lot more fun, right? Come on, 4P. Who's my favorite defensive end? I don't know. I got to tell you guys, I don't know. Athletic project, Turner looks amazing. Pass rusher, it's Latu. I don't even think it's close. But he's 24, for crying out loud. Like, there's just so many pieces about Latu that should be bigger red flags. But his handwork. So I don't know if you guys remember this, but last year I was really down on Carl Brooks because he was small and unathletic, even though at a lower level, his handwork and his pass rushing looked amazing. He ends up going to Green Bay, and his pass rushing looks really good. That ability to see, sense hands, and beat the hands clearly seems like something that can be pretty translatable. And if you get an athlete like Latu, who is not a bad athlete by any stretch of the imagination, and he's that good a pass rusher, you might end up with an absolutely stellar player. Might. You are talking about a player that also was not medically cleared to play football at one point. So it's just wild thinking about what he could be, what he couldn't be, and the risks associated with him. I think Dallas Turner is your classic guy that I want to tell you that I love, but don't I know better at this point? Like, I'm being serious. I feel like Turner is the guy that I am classically supposed to say he is outstandingly athletic. He has a lot of pass rushing production. He's young. He doesn't have money, or like, he doesn't have injuries on his record. This is the best DE in the class. But I've been here before. This is your Leonard Floyd type guy who ends up being a perfectly good DE too, right? Just never pops the top. At least that's how I feel. Right. And so then you're led back to Jared Verse, who's solid, especially paired with a guy like Montez Sweat. That'd be pretty good. But he's more of an all around guy, like major beast against the run game, still a good pass rusher, or well within his own right. But you're not finding that guy who is your top 10 edge rusher in the NFL, even though I think top 10 edge rushers are just a hard group to crack, right? And I'm with you, Thwan, that it sure feels right now like Dallas is a better prospect than Floyd. I'm not trying to kill with Floyd, or like, I'm not trying to kill Dallas per se. It's more like I see a lot less technique than I would like to with a guy like Turner. That I want there to be more technique, if that makes sense. I want there to be more technique. And there's not. And it could be that we just saw Will Anderson. It could be that I want him to show me some of the same things that Latu does. But at the very least, that's what I see, right? He is raw, but I don't think he has to be this raw, even though he is getting better. So it's a little bit of both. I'll tell you guys right now, if I had to guess, we don't need any metaphorical guns up to anybody's metaphorical head. But if I had to guess, I would tell you that I think that the Bears intend to spend some money at edge rusher. Like, I don't, as much as Nick Whalen does think so, my podcast partner, check out Bear With Us. It's a great show. I'm really enjoying it. I think that the Bears I think the Bears don't plan to sign an AJ Epinesa type. I think they fully intend to sign a defensive end that they feel comfortable starting so that they don't have to worry about it. I mean, I don't know if it's Danielle Hunter specifically, but I believe that there's AD again. Let's see here. Some of these top of route moves from AD are really exciting. I mean, a lot of guys are stiffer than this. So his ability to get to the top of the route, threaten the post, or what is this? Like, buckle that foot like it might be an out route, freeze the defender, and just rock it by him. That's nice. Decent ball tracking in the air. Almost looked like he'd lose it, to be honest with you. But it's speed that you're then using well, which is good. And that's the thing. Like you're mentioning, Jibby, it feels weird to say, wait, why would they spend an edge rusher? They just spent on Sweat. Right. The goal is so that they can take the edge position off their draft board and focus on trying to get offensive playmakers. Another way to think about this, I'm going to play the tape as we talk about this. Another way to think about it, Jibby, is right now in the NFL, there is a market inefficiency at defense in free agency specifically, right? Think about this with me, Jibby, and you'll see it. Javon Hargrave, good player. Hits free agency, still a good player. Is he worth the, $21 million that he's being paid? Good question. But he is somebody that I'm sure the 49ers feel like was a good signing. Was Christian Kirk worth his money? Yes. But we are seeing offensive players like Jawan Taylor and go for crazy money, and then they don't end up providing nearly any value, because at least right now, what I'm seeing is that if you want an offensive impact player, you pretty much have to draft them or trade for them, because if they hit free agency, they are a role player. Best case scenario. Now, you end up with some of these guards that can make it and do something for you. You end up with some of these centers that can do something for you. But at least from what I am seeing, I feel as if you can get a decent player in the draft, or you can get a decent player in free agency that plays defense. But on offense, you just can't spend some of these contracts and expect to get nearly anything, right? So at least to me, you mentioned that you should draft a guy. Well, yeah. I mean, Jimmy, if the Bears had pick number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, there's all kind of, that's what I'm seeing, Falco. Like, Twitter audience, amazing. We're at 1,600 people. Yes. Send me a DM if you're enjoying this. Love it. But so, anyways, drop over to YouTube, hit like. Yeah, Falco, it's crazy, right? But so, anyways, talking this out with you, Jimmy, just to finish the conversation, right? At least what I am seeing, it feels to me like you need to draft your offensive playmakers. I have no problem with this because it's frankly what I agree with. So I hope that the Bears snag a defensive end in free agency that makes them feel like they can pass on the position in the draft, because they're going to get a sweet receiver or not a sweet receiver. They're going to get the opportunity to draft a sweet defensive end, but the opportunity cost of taking that defensive end will be adding either a receiver or trading back to add a lineman. I personally believe, I will say one thing. Okay, so I do want to have a conversation that we saw a little bit on Twitter, but I kind of want to give you my final word. Okay. And I wish that I had filmed for this, but I don't, just because I just thought about this. Okay. I believe Braxton Jones has earned himself 2024. I don't know that he's earned 2025, 2026, 2027. I am not trying to make my bed with Braxton Jones and sleep in it, right? But right now, at the very least, I feel as if Braxton is the either second, if you want to count injuries, or third best offensive lineman on the Chicago Bears. That is in order. Best one's Darnell Wright, in my opinion. Second best is Tevin Jenkins because he's hurt. If you're not doing injuries, you can flip those two. And then third is Braxton Jones, and that's kind of the line. And then anybody under him is disappointing us right now, right? If you draft a Joe Alt, maybe he's better than Braxton Jones, especially as a rookie. Big question. Now, next year, I am very down to evaluate whether we can make Braxton, or whether we can get Braxton better, right? Like, if next year in 2024 Braxton takes a step back, that would bother me. And I think that at that point you can look at using that 2025 first round pick to make the team better. But right now, I can't help but feel like walking away from the 2024 draft and free agency cycle without a decent wide receiver 2, let alone a decent wide receiver 3, that would be a much bigger problem, even if you got Joe Alt, because then Joe Alt might not be better than Braxton as a rookie. And then you've got a rookie tackle to go with your rookie quarterback. Whereas instead, I can take a look, because it's so funny, right? You talk about Olu at 9. Olu might be really sick, but there will be another Olu. Like, there will be. We saw Darnell Wright last year. We saw Broderick Jones last year. These are not the exact same, and I understand that, right? But there is always at least one really solid tackle, 1 to 3 really solid tackles in nearly every draft. And you could make the same argument about wide receiver. I understand that. I'm actually not trying to tell you that I think Neighbors and Adunze are, they're just so special, you have to take them. I'm saying the Bears board has fallen in such a way, the Bears organization, the Bears team, that they don't have a Darnell Mooney playing receiver. Well, I said that wrong. Sorry, everybody. If they still had Mooney, I'm much more interested in taking a tackle. But right now, you have Darnell Wright, OT1, Braxton Jones, OT2. You have DJ Moore, wide receiver 1. Our wide receiver 2 is probably Tyler Scott at this point. If you had a Braxton level receiver, which I think would be Mooney, right? Then we're talking, but you don't. And so since we have pretty good at OT2 and we have really bad at wide receiver 2, I tend to think that the board sort of leads you back to receiver. Because here's the thing. I want to acknowledge what everybody is thinking that wants an offensive lineman. I want to acknowledge what you're thinking, okay? That taking a wide receiver is the sexy pick every year. This time last year, I was promoting JSN at number 9. So been there, right? I really have. I want to look in the mirror and tell you that people like me do this every year. So I understand hearing Robert say, come on, do we really want a receiver? Actually, right now, this fits, if you ask me. But right now, the way the board is falling, I think the wide receiver is basically begging you to add that extra playmaker so that you can support your quarterback, whoever it is, right? And then Braxton, we would hope, takes a step in year 3, and if he doesn't, you can look down the pipe of what it would take to replace him. But going into his 3rd year, I don't think he did anything in year 2 that made me worried about him as a solid OT2. I also think, for what it's worth, that if Braxton played right tackle and if Darnell Wright played left tackle, a lot of people would be much more satisfied with Braxton's play. But I want to remind you guys that most of the threats in football, for reasons I cannot explain, are lining up on the right-hand side. Whether that's Nick Bosa, whether that's Aiden Hutchinson, whether that's Rashawn Gary, I could not tell you why. They just are. Khalil Mack started it. Players have been doing it since then, where the right tackle is becoming your pass pro tackle, and the left tackle is becoming the guy who faces down James Houston. Very good edge rusher for Detroit, but not the same guy, right? And so, at least not the same guy as Hutch, right? And that's the thing, Falco. It does matter. Like, they are about equally important, Jibby. And so how good do you really need your second tackle to be? Like, how much better than Braxton Jones? That's a good question. Somebody earlier said that Joe Alt is generational. I actually don't think so. I mean, there are smarter people than me when it comes to offensive line. I can give you better takes on DBs, skill position players, and I hope quarterbacks. Like, offensive line, I think I have a good idea of what's going on, but I'm just not obsessed with the trenches the way that a lot of people are. To me, Jibby, I think that I don't. I actually think Alt's just a little too tall, personally. Like, when you look at him being 6'8", I think he has the same issues dropping his hips that Braxton Jones does. He does a better job with it, better than Braxton does. That's why Braxton got taken the 5th freaking round, and Alt's going to be the first tackle off the board. But me personally, I think a guy like Paris is a better candidate for a generational tackle than a guy like Joe Alt is. That's just me. I think he's a very, very good player. Don't hear not calling him generational as me saying he's bad. We've done this before, right? Generational, you get one every 10 years. One every 10 years. But Alt is whatever's right under that. Like, that's the thing, Sam Rush. I think you and I are on the same page here. And that's not me trying to dunk or something like that. I mean, like you're saying, Mario, I think that Olu's run defense holds him back, but Olu as a pass blocker really is that kind of guy. I also think that if we can ban the generational word, we'd all be better off. I think that one thing that I want to ask you guys, just being real with you, okay? So one thing that I have struggled with, can I tell an honest story? First of all, we've got some OGs, not from this channel, but from the other channel that have been with me for a while, right? That's the thing, 4P. You have to remember, Paris Johnson, 35-inch arms, outstanding height-weight ratio, is that physical profile. That is your tackle generated in a lab, right? And he had a pretty good season, too. But so, anyways, the real ones that have been with me, remember when we were watching tape, and it was one of my first times talk about draft nearly at all, when we were watching through the quarterback tape from Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. If you remember the exact stream I'm talking about, it's the one where it got blocked in the middle because I showed the wrong Trevor Lawrence footage, and because we were just watching this stuff on YouTube, doing the best that we could. Like, of just cycling through the same broadcast highlights as anybody else. Now we got all 22. Things got better. Production's neat, right? I was trying to hide. Chris, it was just gonna go. I was trying to hide at the time, if you remember, that Lawrence looked really good. Lawrence looked really polished. But in terms of that like sixth gear, I remember watching Lawrence wanting to see just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, right? But I was not brave enough to talk about it at the time. That's not me trying to clown. It's an L. I believe that an analyst is only as good as what they said at the time. So I'm not asking you to tell me how great I am. I am trying to make the argument of when I think about quarterbacks, I do actually have a hard time thinking of a prospect that I liked better than what I've seen from Caleb. That at least if we're talking about the tape and we're sticking it to the tape, there are unique traits in his release, in his ability to push the ball downfield, in his ability to vary speeds, to throw the 1, the 2, and the 3 ball, his pocket presence, pushing up, then back in the pocket, his movement kit and what he's able to avoid both in and outside the pocket, his ability to throw with no platform at all, his committedness to throwing the football. Like, he could run a lot more than he does. He simply does not want to and wants to generate those eyes downfield passing plays, and he does. Like, at least what I have asked myself is, we have all walked back. We've all walked back the G word for Caleb Williams because everybody got so mad at calling him like really good. Or like very, 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 very good. The way that you talk about Caleb Williams right now is, oh, he's not generational, but he's one rung below that. But if we take the blinders off on what we thought of Trevor Lawrence at the time, I mean, if Caleb Williams' name is right there with Trevor Lawrence, if Caleb Williams' name is right there with Joe Burrow, who at the time was worried that he might be a one-year wonder, and Joe Burrow led an entire offseason press cycle run with the idea that he didn't want to play for Cincinnati. Not that anybody remembers that anymore because he got drafted and he plays for Cincinnati and he's the face of this of the Cincinnati Bengals. Nobody cares. That something always happens here. Right? The point that I'm trying to make is, if he is in that category, God forbid you like him more than them, then he's the best one since Luck. And Luck was over 10 years ago. So maybe Caleb does qualify for the G word. I'm not trying to put him there. It's not about that. It's more this idea of, I don't want us to feel like you can't have an opinion if you do think he's extraordinarily good. I think that the traits that Caleb has shown build a unique player that you just don't find often. I really do. I think that quick release is something that the NFL craves. I think his ability to vary his throwing platform and get the ball out. Another thing that Caleb does a pretty good job of is not getting stuffed at the line, which is a skill. Finding your passing window and getting the ball through it is something that's hard. And Jibby, you mentioned the red flags within structure. I don't think the structure at USC, especially in the latter half of the season, was much to speak on. I mean, this is somebody who, the other part of this, Jimmy, that I think sucks, just being really blunt with you, right, is that the more college film I watch, the more that the structure is just not good in the first place, right? So many, whether it's this Texas offense right here, whether it's the UNC offense, whether it's the USC offense, it is all hitches and fades. Jimmy, we've talked about this on the stream before. Jaden Daniels, like the Jaden Daniels percentage of routes run on slot fades. So this is slot fades. This is hitches. And this is, there's one more route. It's like slot fades, hitches, I think like screens, I think, is 49%. That's Jaden Daniels' like yards on just those three concepts. It's insane. Might be goes. His screens and goes. Like, it's a huge percentage. That's not an offense. But this is college, man. Like, college offenses just don't have more than like 4 routes in the route tree. They don't. I mean, and so we can definitely hold or like we definitely should say Caleb has to get better at this. It's more me pointing out that you see a lot of it in a lot of places. And the main reason that May looks better in structure is because when Caleb sees a dig route with a wider or with a DB on the back of his wide receiver, May just throws it anyways. Hey, there's something to be said about that being the right move. Caleb won't. Caleb believes, just like Aaron Rodgers, for better and for worse. And I only say that because I've been saying that for months now, that if he's got a DB draped on a wide receiver, he looks at that and says, come on, I can find a better play than that. And so he does. I mean, Caleb is the big game hunter that Fields was supposed to be, but I think he goes about it through his reads, checking every receiver, trying to find that broken play guy, which I think is helpful. But now I'm interested in the Kurt Warner video. I haven't seen it yet. How do we know what he's thinking? It seems you're giving him too much credit. I basically just watch his eyes, to be honest with you. And then I go through the play and try to make my best guess. And over the course of watching 3 or 4 games, that's the conclusion I came to, right? And hey, Jibby, I don't want to pretend that by any means that your take is invalid. I mean, there are definitely plays where I would say that Caleb's eyes get plenty skittish, but the wide open feel of that USC offense, I can envision it creating some helter-skelter feel from the quarterback. And at the very least, I can see why it became what it was, right? But I'll take a look and see what Kurt had to say, because I don't know if it exposes Caleb Williams, especially given that Caleb has a track record of doing a lot of this well, right? But like you mentioned, I mean, it's not this isn't me trying to say, because Jimmy, that's the key. It's not me trying to say, oh well, he can definitely play in structure, don't worry about it at all, right? It's not like that. It's more that I'm saying I think he's better than some people give him credit for, because they act like he can't do it at all. But I think he can do it. I think there are too many moments where he doesn't, and my hope would be that an NFL coordinator should be able to settle him out a little bit. That's my 2 cents. April is going to be a great time. Let's watch some Rome Odunze. Unless we wanted to watch. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys chatters and Twitter. This is your moment to jump over to YouTube and just punch in the name. All right, so I'm going to give you guys a little bit as I drink some water. Do we want to watch Odunze or do we want to watch Ladd McConkey? I saw some people mention Ladd McConkey. You can absolutely pick Ladd here. I've got both of them there. I can, if you wanted to watch Brock, then you want to watch Ladd, right? But this is tight. This is tight. Oh, man. Poll it. All right, fine. Man, this got awesome. All right, so let's do poll. Let's go there. Twitter views are on fire. You guys are killing it, right? But so let's get that going as we talk about it here. Let me check this. Do I still have? Oh, come on! I gotta have some LSU. Let's see here. I really don't. Wow, that disappoints me. Okay, so we've got 74% votes for Odunze. So let's rip through some. Let's drink some film down of him. Drink it down, right? But so let's go. Let's see. Let's watch people. Let's see here. Picking out Polk versus Odunze always takes me just a hint of time. Let me see. He's 1. Polk is 2. And Jalen Polk is another one a little worth watching, got to tell you. All right, so we're going to close the poll. We'll pop through some Ladd here soon. Khalid, we're going to get to 4K. It's just a matter of when I can sit down and make some videos. The videos always do better for subs, which is fine by me. Ooh, that is nice. So it's funny, right? Because we just watched Adonai Mitchell. And DB quality or not, because the DB quality kind of doesn't matter. Look at how smooth this turn is from a guy like Rome. Like right here. Charge up the field. There's a big difference between there's a big difference between that ESB curl we saw from Mitchell and that hard inside to outside break that we see right here. They aren't the same route by any stretch, but the technique Rome's running it with, or at least that ability to drop his hip, and then he stays up afterwards. Ooh, that is nice. Like, not only that, but to break this tackle and get out of there, yeah. Let me see. So, Bradley, hope you're doing well too. Wags, you mentioned what am I doing at free safety? So I'm drafting somebody, right? I don't know where I could get him. This is where I wish that I frankly knew a little better, to be honest. But Jalen Simpson is somebody I think is really, really fun out of Auburn. But he is not somebody that I want to be playing as a rookie. I have to sign a safety that can play in this free agency period because I don't want a rookie being the guy who has to cover. You got to remember, we all love Jaquan Brisker. Jaquan Brisker can't play in the deep half. We've seen it too many times. What is one of the major reasons that the Bears transitioned off of cover 2 and into cover 3? It's so that they could push Brisker into the flat instead of leaving Brisker with half field responsibilities. It's brutal, but it's the truth, right? I would love Kalen Bullock. I don't think there's a chance that the Bears are going to get Kalen Bullock. So instead, you want to have a rookie that you can play in the that you can bring along. John, in theory, I would love Xavier McKinney. In practice, he will cost way too much money. Travis, you can't sign Xavier McKinney and also Daniil Hunter. It won't happen, right? Can I interest you in a Lloyd Cushenberry and a Bryce Huff? You know, can I interest you in a Grenard plus a center that you like? Maybe a Connor Williams, right? I don't know if it's Quandre Diggs. I got to be honest with you guys. Free agency. So at least just with where my life is this year, just being real with you guys, I'm going to tell you the truth, no matter what that looks like at the end of the day. I am just waiting to see who the Bears sign, and then I'll go evaluate them. I didn't have time to look through the entire free agency class and come up with some kind of an opinion. I had to pick between draft or free agency. I picked the draft. And even then, I don't have all the answers here, right? So they're going to sign somebody, and I'm going to tell you if they're good or not. As far as what they should do, I think you got to sign somebody in the $3 to $6 million per year range. So you can spend, I guess, a little bit of money, but you're probably not going to spend a ton of money. And then I would love for the Bears to use pick 73 or 75 on a free agent. I would love for them to use pick 75 on a free safety, but we'll see if they do. I mean, especially now that they're starting to just bleed picks left and right. I don't know if they would commit to that. I would like to, so that you could have this free agent safety for just for 1 to 2 years, transition to the rookie and go from there. Right. Yeah, Jimmy, shockingly, we can't get Wilkins and also Hunter, X, and Cushenberry. By the way, Jimmy, you forgot to throw in Antoine Winfield. You forgot to throw in what is it, Calvin Ridley, while we're at it, right? Believe it or not, the Bears can't get all of them and also sign Jalen Johnson. But like you're saying, new poster, we totally might, and that could be a safety, but we'll see what happens. Let's see. Is it fair to say we won't be taking a defensive lineman in the first 3 rounds? I actually have no idea, Alpha. I mean, trench players are a really popular pick in those kinds of guys. Would I spend a lot of money on Wilkins or Hunter? In theory, yes. In practice, no. In practice, the Bears just don't have the cap room for me at Wilkins, especially. Hunter, football brain would like it. Manager brain doesn't think it fits, right? No, I hear you. I would prefer Hunter of the two, because I think Hunter can be an asset to teaching a young pass rusher a thing or two if you bring somebody on. Like you're mentioning Alex Flores. Yeah, Brad's awesome. Brad's one of my favorite people, just period, in the industry. He's amazing. I've watched the McCaffrey receiver, and I think he's fun, but obviously that bloodline gets all kind of credit, right? Where I think Luke McCaffrey is not as good as his last name makes you think, but as a wide receiver 3/4 that can block a little bit, actually, yeah, I think you could be a really solid role player, right? And Jimmy Wilkins, 3 tech next to Sweat, next to Billings would be sick. The expectation is that Gervon Dexter is going to play that role, right? But we'll see. Like you're mentioning, Zariah, the hope is that you get to BPA. And like you're saying, Miles, you mentioned if we don't have the money, who does? So yes, but you have to remember that a lot of that money just disappeared for 2 reasons, right? Miles, unlike most teams, we have 2 first-round picks. That actually means this draft class is going to be somewhat expensive, right? So it's not the same as everybody else, but most teams have to budget about $10 million for their draft class. Bears have to budget about 15, 16, 17. Like, because that number 1 pick is $10 million a year on its own. So that's another thing worth talking about here. Caleb Williams is the cost-effective option. If the Bears were to draft Marvin Harrison, he's still cheap for a wide receiver 1, but he's going to be more expensive year per year than Curtis Samuel, right? That's not to say that that's for some reason not to take Marvin Harrison. It's more to point out that the number 1 overall pick is a pretty sizable free agent, like, unless it's a quarterback. It's a cheap quarterback. I mean, Daniel Jones is getting paid $40 million. Baker Mayfield is going to end up $40 million, right? Like, that's just the going rate for quarterbacks. But it's just funny as the cap evolves, looking at a pick like that and saying, well, that's actually pretty expensive. But we'll get it. It doesn't matter, right? More to say that because the Bears have a slightly more expensive rookie class, and they just tagged Jalen Johnson, the Bears have about $45 million in cap space. Hey, I want them to sign a center, and then I want them to sign one of those edge rushers. They still need to sign a safety, and then they need to probably grab a receiver while they're at it. The shopping list, it's not that long, but it's not short either, right? So you mentioned, well, if the Bears don't have money, who does? That's the thing, right? But we'll see. And Alex, I'm down for it. I don't know if the Bears are, but we'll see. I mean, maybe they look at the Packers and they go, there we go. Let's do that. No, Prabhat. Nah, you leaving. Love you, bro. Have a good one. Connor Williams would be fun, especially if you could get him on a discount. Let's watch some Adonai. Third and 2. Swing it out. It did get... No, it's 2. Ha! No worries, Prabhat. You can go to bed. Don't let me actually force keep you. Okay, Adonai split out on his own. We're going to tighten the formation a little bit. Still pretty one-on-one. Williams plus Bates makes sense to give Williams time to heal up. Exactly, John. I think that would be really intriguing, too, because in theory, you could get a sweet center in Connor Williams, and you could get him on a budget because of the ACL tear. That, I mean, the NFL is what have you done for me lately, and what will you do for me soon? And it would be a future idea move. All right, Rome, show us some after the catch stuff. Okay. I love football. You probably love football. There's something about this burst that when you watch this, like, it's such a simple move, right? Catch, turn up field. Here, I'll go slow motion. Hard plant. Change the angle. Get through the tackle. That reminds me of, like, a running back. And the dude's 6'2". So that, like, this kind of movement ability is just not something you find off the shelf, per se. It's not exactly the same. Like, it's not full-on David Montgomery, but you can see that this yak stuff isn't an accident because the agility that he's showing off in these movements just makes tackling angles that much harder for a guy like him. Man, everybody's going to see yak guy go DJ more, DJ more, DJ more, DJ more, right? I'll be honest, Jimmy, I am sure hoping that we end up with a Kyler Murray-esque year from Caleb Williams. The Bears are certainly trying to set up a team that makes that kind of thing possible. And especially, Jimmy, just being real with you, bro. Like, if the Bears signed Connor Williams and now they have Ryan Bates, and so they have everything but a swing tackle. And outside of that, it's a pretty good offensive line. And then they draft a Roma Dunze or a Malik Neighbors, and they have DJ Moore, and they have Cole Kmet. God forbid they sign Noah Fant while they're at it. Like, the team is not going to be so loaded with weapons that I'm just going to go, whoa, or something like that. But expectations actually should be pretty decent in a situation like that, because don't they have to be? Right? That it's because I think we're on the same page here, Jimmy. I would expect that. As a Bears fan, I feel cursed enough to where I can't say that. Does that make sense? Like, just being raw with you, Jimmy, that's what the numbers say you should expect. I feel like Chicago is a cursed city until they prove otherwise. So until I see it, I'm not going to plan around it. But I will tell you, Jimmy, that in my opinion, for Caleb Williams, if they get this, or if the Bears build the offense that I just articulated for them, I'm just going to throw out that I think that Caleb Williams might be within reach of Eric Kramer's 38-38 record, assuming he plays 17 games. He may not, but that is 225 roughly yards per game, which you would expect, right? And if Caleb Williams set the single season Bears passing record as a rookie, look, I'm the reasonable guy. It's a very achievable number. Like, if you ended up with the offensive talent that we just described, and Roma Dunze translates to the NFL well at all, right? Then a number like this has to at least be a thought, because it's not that hard a number to hit. It's 17 games. God forbid they somehow move to 18. Really heavily doubt it. But if Caleb broke that record for this franchise that's been standing since, 1995, people would lose their minds. And Caleb would still be the 14th best passing yardage quarterback in the NFL. Like, again, it's not that big of a mark, which is so funny. It's not that accomplished of a mark to get 3,838 yards. Like, this would be less than Jordan Love threw for last year, but it would break the Bears record. And it would be only 100 yards more, if memory serves, maybe 300 yards more than Kyler Murray threw for as a rookie. So I don't really know. Like, to be honest with you, Jimmy, first overall picks don't normally get a team like that. If that's what the Bears do, we would be in slightly uncharted waters. So I don't know what to tell you. And I will do my best to figure out what kind of, like, what situation it is. And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. You mentioned, like, that's the problem here, is you have to set your expectations somewhere. I mean, I'll tell you what record definitely looks like it's in reach. If Caleb plays 17 games, 2250 and 11 TDs. These are the Bears rookie marks. Like, that is 11 TDs. 1-1. This one held by Mitch Trubisky. This one held by Chuck and Charlie O'Rourke in 1942. The Bears rookie touchdown record is held by a quarterback who threw 88 passes, of which 16 were interceptions and 11 were touchdowns. Now, Justin threw for 7 touchdowns and 7 picks as a rookie and about 1,600 yards in 12 games, right? So that's 88 attempts. I mean, really drink that in, because this is 1942 for you. But I hear you, Jay, because I do, where it's like, hey, we got to slow our roll down. Yeah, yes. I completely understand that this is crackpot stuff, but also, especially in the modern league that wants you to throw it, like, they want you to throw it. And a receiving core that has DJ Moore, who just hit 1,300 yards, like with just Fields. You have Cole Kmet, who just cracked 700 yards. And especially if you can add a Rome Odunze and he's good, like, we're talking now, Nikhil, if it helps, Mitch set this in 12 games. So if you wanted to project it, you can project it, right? But the idea, at least, Jay Sanders, and the big one here that probably won't happen is Caleb playing all 17 games, because that's the big limiter, right? Mitch and Fields both played 12 games. So they competed with a record 1942 that also didn't have 16, 17 games. But the biggest reason that the Bears have not reset rookie records, just being real with you guys, is because the quarterbacks don't play enough. And so they don't rack up the raw games that end up or to crack records like this. Jay almost broke the Kramer record. We're probably all there for that. But like you're saying, Prabhat, they weren't the day one starters. Mitch and Fields, not Mitch and Caleb. More to say, Jay Sanders, that in the best case scenario, and it's not even that unrealistic, but it's definitely a best case scenario. A number like this, which again would make you an only just above average passer, is actually kind of within reach. That's all, right? And so, anyways, we'll figure it out when we actually get there. Let's watch Rome Odunze. Honestly, Khalid, we're probably going to get to mock drafts later in the later in the process, mostly because right now I'm not good enough at my day 3 guys, and I guess the Bears don't want me to be. So like the Bears are just going to trade all the picks away, so I don't have to worry about it. But we'll do mock drafts at least once we see free agency. For now, let's just drink in some Rome. Man, what happened in Cutler's first game? Because I don't remember Cutler's first game. Big thing that I can't help but think. So, like, what Jay Sanders is talking about rookies not being ready, he mentions even Mahomes sat a year. 100%. I mean, rookies are not ready. To pretend that rookies are nearly ever good, conventionally speaking, that's not the case. They aren't, right? I would argue that every single rookie would visually look better if you did not play them for their rookie year, because in their rookie year, they don't know how to be a professional. They haven't gotten used to that kind of play speed. No, I hear you, Jimmy. Like, Stroud's awesome. Rookies can play, and I want to see Caleb hit that level. Who doesn't, right? Especially if he ends up being a Bear. I'll cheer for the Bears quarterback under nearly any circumstance. Been there, done that. You get it, right? It's more to say that even CJ might have looked like a future, like even CJ might have looked even better had he just started next year, and then people would have attributed it to his sitting, because this is what people do, right? People look at Jordan Love and they say, well, he can't have just been good. Like, it must have been because he sat. And people look at, honestly, they look at Mahomes. Well, it can't have just been good. It's just that he sat, right? And so I would at least tell you that I think that so logic puzzle, right? If your choices are bring in a rookie, bring in a veteran that you do not actually believe is good enough to hold the starting job, and sit Caleb behind that veteran until the calls for Caleb to start become so feverish that you simply cannot do anything about him, and then you throw Caleb in without enough time to prepare. No, I don't want that. The Dalton, right? The Glennon. We've done this before. So that's the thing, right? The Minshew, the Jacoby Brissett, like there's just no way that this veteran is going to hold Caleb off, because they're not that good, right? That's not me hating. I like Minshew. Like, there are plenty of players that I think can play well with the team that the Bears are building. It's more that, I mean, do we remember the way the fan base reacted to not only drafting, but watching Justin Fields in camp? Everybody was banging the table for Justin Fields. And I would argue that situation is pretty toxic. So The other option, which I like less, can I be real with you guys? I think it is risky. There are obviously risks involved, but just let him start. Like, just let him go through OTAs as the starter. Let him go through camp as the starter. Let him spend all that time between OTAs and camp working with his receivers. Like, if you are just going to end up starting him before week 8 anyways, then stop kidding yourself and just let him get all these reps with the ones. Let him be the guy that's being game planned around. Let him do all the things that let you put him in the best possible opportunity for him to succeed, and then just live with the rookie ups and downs. Pretty much what the Texans did. Like, think about it. I mean, Jibby, one of the best things that happened for the Texans was that the Texans had a defense coordinated, obviously, by D'Amico Ryans and led by Will Anderson that was able to win them the majority of their games. That they still, like, there are plenty of wins that the Texans had where they still only scored 17, 19 points, right? And they won anyways. They lost one to the Panthers, ironically, but there were plenty of games where the defense won the game because the rookie had rookie moments. We should expect that from Caleb too. There should be some games where Caleb does his part or maybe a little more, and the Bears can win partially because of their quarterback. There should be some of them where the Bears defense needs to keep the game close and basically put the Bears in position where the Bears spend, let's say, the whole third quarter down 13-14 and then 13-17, and Caleb gets that last opportunity after an interception that the Bears defense is able to get back, right? So as in, Caleb throws an interception, the Bears defense gets a stop, they punt, Caleb gets the ball at the 35 and is able to drive down, scores the winning touchdown, but it's mostly because the defense kept the game close and the Bears win a squeezer 20-17. NFL is NFL comes, right? Because the defense is good, which I think is important. I mean, the defense that can keep games close, I think would actually help, because Jibby, you mentioned earlier playing within structure. I am very intrigued as to what Caleb would look like. Because, hey, same thing we said last year, right? Where we said, look, when DJ Moore gets wide open, is Justin going to hit him or not? I bet he will. So I'm going to make, that didn't happen, but I'm going to make a similar claim here that at least is what I believe. I am intrigued to see what Caleb Williams will do in a situation where he does not think that he has to score on every single drive. Because at least at USC, that's something that I feel like I saw a lot of. Hey, some of it is just Caleb being frenetic Caleb. Some of it is Caleb thinking that he has to push the ball because we're down 14, time's ticking away, and if we don't get back into this, it's lost anyways. We need to play here, right? And if Caleb is up 3, down 3, or tied, and says, it's 3rd and 10, nothing's open, I gotta get what I can, sit this thing down, and trust that my defense can get a stop. And he actually trusts the defense. I am curious to see if he would. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he's gonna fumble 25 times, and we're all gonna laugh, right? I am intrigued to see the attitude that Caleb might have in a situation where he thinks his defense can make a play for him. We'll see. But anyways, like you're saying, Ravi, I would hope that the Bears D is better. Would hope so. Right. Finley, don't think I've ever seen statistical evidence that supports rookies starting versus them sitting. It seems like it's anecdotal. That's the thing. Like, Finley, I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm saying we don't know. Right. But I don't think we know. I think it's easy to look at some of these guys that sat and say, those guys are good. And then it's easy to look at guys like Josh Allen, guys like Deshaun Watson before everything fell apart. Right. To look at all kinds of these different guys and go, that guy. Like, that they're just good. Trevor Lawrence suffered through a year that God, we hope that Caleb Williams would not have to put up with. And he still ended up a 4,000-yard passer, right? Which I think is so funny. Like, for as much as we turn Trevor Lawrence into a disappointment, he has now had twice the best passing season in Bears history. And he did one of them with a team that ended up getting the number 1 overall pick, which I think is hilarious, right? Caleb may have his struggles. You mentioned Peyton Manning. Great answer. Like, Peyton led the league in interceptions. We all remember this. But so Caleb is probably going to fumble too many times. He's probably going to have some moments where he looks like a dingus. And I think he's going to make enough plays to keep us excited even as we are pretty boomer busts. That's what I think. And I don't know what the yardage and whatnot is going to look like because I just imagine that it's going to be consistent or like it's going to be inconsistent. But that's what I think. Another one that you mentioned it's fascinating that Warner, JTO, Chris Sims, Dano, and Kirk Benkert can have such varying analysis. Zariah, I got to tell you, now granted, I need to cite my bias. It helps that he pretty much said everything I think, but I thought Joel Klatt did a great job articulating his top 5 quarterbacks. I mean, I thought his reasoning, his rationale, and everything that he saw there, to me, was really well detailed. And I honestly thought he just did a great job of walking through everything, which is not to point the finger and pick a favorite analyst. I think that's cheating, right? If you're gonna pick one that you like, then you should at least weigh that person against consensus, because just because he agrees with you doesn't make him the best. But Klatt, as somebody who I know has watched a ton of college football, I think that opinion matters a lot. Like, as silly as we make it, I tend to think that guys like Kirk Herbstreit, Joel Klatt, and Gus Edwards, the guys who have been covering these guys a lot, like throughout their career, I tend to think that they can pick things up because they've been at those games, they've watched these guys in person, that it makes a difference what their takes can be. But hey, that's just my 2 cents. Let's see, Prabhat. You mentioned how is May ahead of Watson? Man, I think May's pretty good. But that's the other thing, right? Opinions of former quarterbacks are inconsistent. Let's see. Sonny, you mentioned, are these videos from YouTube, or I found a way to get all 22? Oh, I found a way, right? I also thought, for what it's worth, that Fields was awesome in college. I mean, I learned a lot. But so it's not even that I wouldn't draft Fields again. If Fields came up again, I would say, well, we learned a lot with Justin Fields, so that's a yellow flag. But it would depend on what people say going forward. But anyways, I owe you a Dunze. Who's Dano? Dano, like the guy in the chat? Dano rules. Oh, Dan Orlovsky. So I think Penix has a problem that, look, a lot of people have talked about it, so it's not like it's brand new. Penix's mobility is legitimately concerning. Not as a sprinter, not as a scrambler. Don't take it for more than it is. Penix's ability to move reminds me more of guys like Nick Foles than I think you want to believe. As a thrower, hell yeah. His levers are awfully long, so his release is awfully long too. I mean, you have to remember that. So if I learned something with Tyson Bagent, which I can't believe I learned this, and also I learned this with Brock Purdy, right? It's how important it is to just flick the ball. Okay, hang on. Ride with me, right? So we're going to save this. You're going to put up with me. I'm going to go to the Rob Cam. I have a play in mind that I want to show from the Minnesota game that Tyson Bagent threw that I think is important, right? But so then we'll go back and we'll watch Odunze, and then we'll watch a little bit of other stuff, right? But so this is a play that I think is at least interesting. Joseph, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Like the stream. We have, oh my gosh, like 18,000 people watching. Twitter audience, you're amazing. I got to figure out how to get you guys in on this, because all I see are the YouTube comments. Maybe I'll pull up Twitter in its own, in its own spot. No, it's never a missed opportunity to pull up Derek Carr, but it's not the point. What I'm trying to do when I show Tyson here, to be clear, just so we're all on the same page, is that I want Tyson Bagent to represent purely, oh yeah, gosh. Let's let the thing load in. I want Tyson Bagent in your eyes to represent what a release does for you. Because there are other pieces to Tyson's game. I don't know if you want to go reading the field, you can, but he's a rookie. There's only so much he's going to be able to do. But so let's see if I can find it quickly. I remember it. It's done the other way. I always think these are funny when Robert's looking for one specific play, and you guys just have to watch me scan, and then I go, got it, out of nowhere. It is not this play. It is this play. So look, Tyson Bagent, Deontay Foreman gets rocked around the edge, right? And Tyson Bagent recognizes it late, feels the pressure pretty much right there. But what matters to me is that Tyson Bagent goes from a standing throwing position, and we can go frame by frame, 30 frames a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 balls out, right? If we just talked about the throwing motion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 balls out. The ability to throw with really not much of a throwing base. Like, look at this, right? Feet are pointed this way, ball heads out that way. This is not a throwing base by any stretch of the imagination. It is just a flick of the wrist, and then you take a hit. But you're throwing it to a wide open player. You're just pumping it out there because you know you can. Like, it is the point I'm trying to make here. This is a conventionally, from the textbook, bad throw. But it's thrown with a quick release to an open player, and it turns a sack. It turns a loss of 6 into a gain of like 8, right? And that's the NFL. It's the biggest thing that I think would be worrying about Penix, because Penix, in my opinion, doesn't have that same flick. And I am starting to believe you need it. Like, it's not, wow, Tyson's so amazing. It's more, this is why people talk about releases so often. Because eventually, you're going to have a pressure player bearing down on you. Look at when Bagent starts to throw this. Look at how close this is, for crying out loud. You have to kick the ball out. It's really important. Boom. Turns into a completion. It's not even 8 yards. It's a full-fledged first down. I will show the frame by frame with Penix. I am certainly interested. It's not a complicated throw. Oh, yeah. Caleb's release is very quick. It's not like I've got frames for everybody because I just haven't tracked it. I mean, it depends on throw to throw, right? Because, like, you would have to measure specifically an out route at about, 4 yards depth or something like that. But Caleb's release is one of the best things that he's got going for him, if you ask me. And like you're mentioning, the sack rate between Fields and Bagent, I thought it made a difference. Let me see if I can find the other play I'm thinking about. This one stuck out to me. So you compare it to this, and hey, this is just me. It's just me showing a difference between two players in two plays. Don't take it too seriously, right? But we saw Bagent earlier throw with a guy about there and get the ball out, right? Earlier in the Vikings game, Fields has Kmet sighted up, right? It's just, this is a specific play. I can tell you right now, if there's a throw down the sideline, and there were many, like the Washington game. No, not Washington. The Denver game is the best example, right? Like, there are some throws that Fields made in the Denver game that Tyson Bagent simply cannot make. So they're different players. They do different things well, right? But free rusher coming off a stunt, we've got about 5 yards of space. We would love to be able to get this ball out because Kmet is standing there wide open. He catches this ball. God forbid he breaks this tackle. Then he's running, and now he's got momentum, and one of these guys has to make a tackle. Football's weird. You never know how close you are to a touchdown. And I really mean that because it's stupid. It's a game we all love, and part of why we love it is because it's so silly sometimes, right? If we can hit glance RPOs to DJ Moore next year off of a linebacker that's sucked up right here, DJ Moore is going to have to break one tackle, and he will be home free, which I really want to see. I'm just going to be real with you. Like the slant, broken tackle touchdown is awesome. But Fields, in this case, feels the pressure. He feels it too much almost, and kind of tries to make it and tries to make an athletic move. He does because he is athletic, but there's just nowhere to go. And the NFL doesn't give you the space that college football generally does. And it's a bummer. I love Justin. How do you not love Justin? Especially the person and the leader. But at least the football I have recently been watching, this is a throw starting right about here that you would really like to see your quarterback ditch the ball. Maybe 90 bats it down. Maybe. But in the world of we take too many sacks, or in the world of negative plays, we've got a guy right here. I would love to be able to hit it. We're looking at it. Our eyes come down. We end up taking a sack. Look, Tyson Bagent got plenty shy as the thing went on, right? Or like it wasn't as if as Tyson Bagent continued to play, we didn't see similar problems in terms of lacking confidence and ending up slow to some of his reads. So the idea that the Bears coaching staff was perfect, that is not what I'm trying to say. It's more me pointing out that at least when it comes to Michael Penix, one of the things I am personally concerned about is his release speed, because the more football I am watching, the more you're seeing successful quarterbacks have that, or they have that quick ditch, right? Which one, Khalid? Do you mean the that horrible throw he had at the end of the game? I don't want to relive it. I hope you don't mind. But so new poster. If it makes you feel better, what I can tell you what Caleb would probably do, and that is he would take a step back. One, he would sink off his back foot, and then he would just flick the ball to Cole Kmet. And there is a decent chance he would complete it, or he would sail it. This is how you got the Notre Dame interception, but it's how you also got multiple hot route slants or hot route seams. Exactly, right, Alpha? Like, it's, I am too short to make this look any good, so everybody just deal with me, right? But it is, instead of sitting through it and getting the ball out, he would step back and Jordan Love flick it, because that's just what he did in school. When he faces pressure, but he knows he is an open man, he doesn't want to get hit. Hey, if your quarterback doesn't want to get hit, there could be worse problems in the world, right? But he would sink back and he would just throw it with all arm. So Zariah asks, am I mildly concerned about Caleb's lack of middle of the field throws? Mildly. But I guess I see the toolkit to make those throws, especially because we saw enough layered throws where he gets the ball up and down, especially against teams like Notre Dame. The teams that pressed him and made him throw to the middle, he threw to the middle. But I will tell you, Alpha, or not Alpha, it's Zariah. Caleb. So one thing I like about Caleb is that he does seem as if he attempts to process the entire defense, but like Jibby, and it sounds like Kurt Warner kind of got at, he doesn't have the whole thing grasped yet. And I would love for him to get it grasped. We'll see when we'll hope that he does, right? But there are plenty of moments where he identifies that he's got a hot over the middle and he hits it. There are plenty of these air raid throws that he wants to hit on the outside because they're easy. But there are a couple. Specifically, there's a 2022 throw against UCLA. I don't think we really saw another one like it this year where he just didn't see the defender. And that happens now and again. I guess the other time he didn't see the defender, just flat didn't see the defender, was against Notre Dame, the third interception where he rolled along the sidelines and just ripped it, and the defender's sitting right there, and he jumps off the sidelines and picks Williams off. Should have never made that play, right? But it is funny, right? Because there are a lot of quarterbacks that do this. I don't know. Jimmy, what I think gets so funny when we're talking about quarterbacks, and we're going to get back to Odunze here in just a moment, is I watch the same football you guys do. And Mahomes has 2 or 3 games a year where he throws 3 interceptions, right? Like the Jets game this last year, one of the first Taylor Swift games, Mahomes throws an underthrown interception. He has an interception where he flat doesn't see a linebacker, and then a little later in the game, he throws another one that's tipped and intercepted. Like we see with Josh Allen all the time, where it's like, Josh, what are you doing? I mean, it's by no means, Jimmy, that me trying to say, oh, they're so bad. So, well, no, they're amazing. I sometimes wonder if we stick to, oh, well, the quarterback made this mistake here, or this setting, or this situation, blah, 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 blah. You get it, right? Like, it's a balance. It's a delicate thing to talk about, because Caleb throws 5 interceptions, and we want to overanalyze the fact that 3 of them happened in one game. And I'm right there. I'm right there with you, that the processing speed and the ability to consistently go through reads is something that's got to get worked on. Jimmy, it has to get worked on. Has to get worked on. Has to. If he could do that, and you could say that he could consistently do that, he would be a generational prospect. Agree? Because all the other physical pieces are all at that level, right? But that is something that we'll hope to see improvement on. I mean, I think that he made less just true playmaker plays, but as the air raid. I mean, for crying out loud, the air raid doesn't it asks you to just do different things, pre-snap, etc. But let's see. Damo mentions, what did Damo say? Kurt Warner's problem was more to not as much translatable quarterbacking because of the structure of USC's offense. Was impressed with Caleb's playmaking. That's the thing. Like, the other piece to this that I would tell you is that there are a whole lot of NFL concepts. So look, I mean, I am by no means the expert's expert. I'm going to tell you what I see on film. Oh yeah, we're good to watch film again. I will tell you what I see on film. And if you disagree with it, you disagree with it, and that's fine by me. Right. But one thing that is kind of screwy about the air raid compared to an NFL offense, the NFL would call dragon in a situation like this. So dragon is slant and a flat. Plenty of offenses call it slants and arrows, depending on where you teach it where. But the idea is that if you see man coverage, you're going to throw this slant. And you're going to throw it when this linebacker or nickel corner vacates, right? And if you see zone, where this linebacker just sinks, you're going to throw the flat, because this corner is going to probably play this receiver physically and give you just a little bit of space. The moment you see zone man, ball comes out. And it is a simple 1-2 read. Easy as it gets. Basic West Coast offense, right? And USC does not do this, because that's not how the air raid works. The air raid takes the pre-snap formation, calls a 1-read throw, and you either throw it or you don't. Like, I wish, like Kurt Warner's getting at, that there was more translatable quarterbacking. I do think Lincoln Riley teaches you to process, but it's a different style of processing than this is my 1, this is my 2, and then if I don't like it, this is my 3 back here. It's just a little different. Now, the good news that I think we're seeing, right, is that we have seen now 3 quarterbacks come out of the Lincoln Riley offense, and they're okay at this. So my guess, Jimmy, and this is a guess, this is me trying to triangulate everything, is I think Lincoln Riley teaches you a pre-snap ability that then can translate to post-snap success, but he obviously doesn't teach a post-snap focused offense. And so it takes just a hot minute for quarterbacks to adjust to it, because we've seen Baker can handle it. We've seen Kyler can handle it. We've seen Hurts can handle it. Certainly Hurts does most of his work pre-snap still today. But like you're saying, and like everybody's saying, what we see on tape is not a ton of structure. I think we see enough structure for me to not hate his play in structure, but that's just my 2 cents. I mean, hey, look, Jimmy, if the worst it gets for the Bears is a 3,900-yard rookie season and then a bunch of injuries, that'll suck. But it's a separate thing. Like you're mentioning, O'Shea, Riley's offense is great for college, but it doesn't translate in the NFL. And I'll tell you guys right now, like, there's a lot of this where I'm hoping the Bears are talented enough to where you can run simple stuff like outside zone RPOs. Like, look at this formation, right? Where if you get the whole offensive line running inside zone. I guess you'd want it to be inside because it's shotgun. Some people try to do outside zone off a shotgun track. It's just hard, right? But so if you're running inside zone right here and you get Polk here, let's say it's a Dunze or it's DJ Moore, and he's running this glance RPO, right? And then you get this linebacker charging into the hole, and Caleb Williams takes the ball, kicks it out, and just throws the slant. Man, this is getting me killed. He throws the slant right here, and DJ Moore catches it, turns upfield, and now he's one-on-one with this safety. You could turn those into explosives, and they're cheap explosives too. Like, a good RPO game can simulate all of the danger that a dual threat rushing quarterback presents you, because the moment you start hitting some of those RPOs, and they're popular in the NFL right now, right? The moment you start hitting some of those RPOs, now this linebacker's slower to the hole because he has to check the receiver to his side first, right? And so now he's not in the fit. Now it's 5-on-5 with our offensive linemen, and maybe, just maybe, Khalil Herbert pops a separate explosive. Look, I'm dreaming. We're talking pie in the sky offense, but the idea would be that with plenty of RPOs and with what is this? So you showed the Washington game, and I'm interested. I'll take a look at it. But so, at least what I am seeing, if you use RPOs, play action, and a couple other things, you could try to pare down your reads a little, so that then if you see it, you throw it. If you don't, you check it down. But we'll get there. Let's watch Dunze. Oh, we slip. So it's funny, Miles. I thought the same thing, but Start Kyle Orton on Twitter did a whole bunch of data research and actually found that Justin Fields ran in college at a higher percentage than I think we remember, which doesn't mean Justin sucks. It just means Justin ran out of a clean pocket at about an 8% rate, whereas Caleb runs out of a clean pocket at about a 3% rate. Jaden Daniels runs out of a clean pocket at about a 9% rate. Drake May at about a 7% rate. So all three of those guys run more than you'd expect. Caleb Williams is in the bottom category. He's a little ahead of Michael Penix, who runs out of a clean pocket 1.6% of the time. But it's different. But Caleb definitely doesn't seem to he doesn't seem to run when unpressured, at the very least. I think McCarthy's was closer to Caleb's, like 3-ish. And that's the thing, 2A, right? It's not that Penix's release is like bad or something like that. It's that I would consider it multi-sport, right? Penix looks to me like he's throwing a baseball. Nothing wrong with throwing a baseball, but not every throw is shortstop to first or third base to first. The way I always described it to my brother is that Fields always reminds me of a third baseman. He's got to let that thing howl, right? Which you don't always need to let it howl. Sometimes you need to just sometimes you just need to pitch the ball to somebody. That makes a ton of sense, O'Shea, and I'm gonna be really intrigued. New poster. Which player are you thinking? McCarthy, Penix, or Caleb? But so, O'Shea, I will be shocked if you're not right. Like, split safety quarters so that you could try to get down at both of those, like, RPO plus run fit boxes, and the Bears are going to have to figure out some other way to deal with that, because unsurprising, it can't be a surprise to us, right, O'Shea, that turns out you can't just run the same offensive game plan that people have been running for years and expect it to consistently work. Defensive coordinators are just paid too much money to keep getting beat with the same concepts over and over and over and over. So I'm interested to see what will happen, because maybe the answer, if you play that flat-footed quarters, is deep shots again, right? Ooh, let's draw that another way. But so, because if you end up playing some flat foot, like if you basically end up challenging like that, you could easily end up with some stretch situations where your running back tracks this way. And so you've got probably him and him playing that quarter spot. And suddenly, if you get posted, this guy may be toast because he was sitting there waiting for the slant. The slant never came. And so you got over the top, you gave up a score. But we will see what happens. I really don't know because quarters, I feel like when you're anticipating it, I mean, especially if the defense isn't that psyched about running it or they're not that quick in terms of how they're passing everything off and going through with it, can get victimized, especially deep downfield. But I don't know. It'd be a matter of how they would, or of what these guys would prioritize. I'd be interested to see it work, though. Can't tell if that's a Reed thing or if he just didn't feel like gassing it. Probably closer to a Reed thing, but I'm not trying to cape for the kid. Okay, Adunze in press. 4P, I think he's fine when it comes to just accuracy or when it comes to Caleb's deep ball accuracy. I think he, like any quarterback in most cases, is pretty inconsistent. But it's also worth mentioning that deep ball placement, you know when it's bad, but when it's fine. So this is my 2 cents, man. And again, it's just my 2 cents, right? Let's see. First of all, if Washington's running, anyways, I'm going to need to just watch this just so that I know what Kurt's talking about so I can speak to it, against it, for it. Doesn't matter. I mean, I think Kurt's a really good analyst and he's equally hard on everybody. So when he says, yeah, you know, this needs to be better, but also he's the best quarterback I've seen in the draft. That's the best way to put it, right? Because it seems like Kurt Warner evaluates nearly everybody by, let's see. Yes, we are watching a Doomsday right now. Viso Joe. Kurt Warner seems to evaluate everybody by the same stick is the sentence I was trying to finish. Ooh, left that one a little out there. That's fine. What are you thinking with NTT? Viso, I think he's a lot of fun. I mean, it's fun. It's always fun watching a player where you watch him move and you go, okay, so that guy's different. And I do feel like Adunze has that going for him. Is this Polk? It is. Polk just winning a nice contested ball. Issue with Kurt and others like him, Dan Orlovsky, is that they value or place more importance or preference to the more physically limited guys. Yeah, it's the other piece of it, Jordan, is I tend to think that, so just talking it out with you, man, I tend to believe, right, that a lot of the quarterbacks, especially the ones that come out of the like veteran or backup circuit, personally, let me see, what would the question at 9? Oh man, yeah, I'll get there, Rudy. Where let me try to put my thoughts in order. Sorry, we're getting late in this. We're getting to the late night part. And I mean, O'Shea, you've been here for a couple hours running this stream. Thank you for everybody, all the 1,800 people that are watching. If you haven't watched one of these before, I really try to do these every week. They go long, as you've seen, and honestly, the part where I start to get to around this spot in the stream, about the 3-hour mark, is where I mentally start to crack. And so just hang with me and deal with the fact that I'm not going to be speaking in, I don't know, the clean radio voice as much as I'd like to. It's always where I end up getting really mad at myself. So just hang with me. But so the main thing that I know I'm looking for, Jordan, when I watch these guys is not, it's not, do you do it every time? I wish you did. Right. But especially when you're a 21-year-old kid, that can play make like somebody like Caleb can, I am not anticipating that you will have the survival instinct that a guy like Michael Penix or Bo Nix does. That's something I think is really important to talk about. Why does Dan Orlovsky have to go through his reads the same way that Nick Foles does? It's because if you're not through your read on time, you get hit. There is no motivator like getting hit. No motivator. Why was Tom Brady so quick through his reads? Because he would get hit. He would get hit. He would get hit, right? And why are some of these guys that are drastically more athletic not as quick through their reads? Because they don't get hit, right? Or at least they didn't get hit in high school, and maybe they didn't get hit in college. But now in the NFL, they get hit a lot. And that's where I think the level up can be the hardest for a lot of these guys. So with somebody like Caleb, I'm looking for, can you do it? Have you done it at all? Non-traditional Tampa. I got you, O'Shea. And I think we have seen moments where Caleb is a hitch slow, but he does play the play structurally. Like, for instance, Jibby. There's a couple of examples. I'm thinking of one from Oregon. I'm thinking from 3 or 4 from Notre Dame, where he did go read 1 to read 2 to read 3, hit the throw. But he went read 1 to read 2 to hitch to read 3, now I throw. Or like to read 3 to hitch, now I throw it. Does that make sense? And I would love to see that speed up. But the fact that we did it at all is exciting to me because we did go through the process. And you say that's a sack in the league. Not always. I mean, these things are clocking in at around 2.9 seconds, but I'm right there with you anytime 2A, where it's borderline whether or not a guy like Braxton or Darnell is going to keep the guy off of you. But I hear you that it's a concern. I mean, that's something that you'd hope gets improved in OTAs. And at least the time shaves down a little bit. And we have seen it shave down quite often. If it helps, Jibby, when you take out screens. So when you take out screens and when you take out scrambles, Caleb's time to throw. .268 seconds. Does that make you feel better? Because everybody's seen the really scary number, the 3.34 number, right? And they go, oh man. It actually may be like 3.4 or something like that, right? Catch you later, Ravi. Everybody's seen the scary number, but the scary number comes from Caleb's 6.58. Absolutely ridiculous, like per scramble. Time to throw. This is badly organized, but you hear it. The point being that he ends up a hint, like about 0.08 seconds behind Drake May, who is 2.62. Either that or he's 2.60. I'm going off the top of my head. Bear with me on that. But so Caleb he is slower, but he's incrementally slower. About 1 hitch slower, right? Or at least when he is in rhythm, so to speak. Might not make everything better, right? But at least when we're talking 21-year-old junior prospects, I personally believe, anytime, Rob, I'm not, again, Jimmy, I'm not trying to sit here and tell you, hey, that thing you're worried about, that's no worry at all. Actually, he's really good at that. No, that's baloney, right? I'm trying to tell you that, at least based on data that I know I was really dying to dig into, because I want to find the answer here. I want the Bears to draft the guy that's good. Don't you? At least I saw enough of a baseline to think that it's not just playmaking. He also has the ability to play in structure. He opts out of it too often, and he makes mistakes within it too often. But I personally see that as we are coming along, more so than we simply can't do it. But that's too much talking about Fields. Because you're right. All the good quarterbacks play in structure 100% of the time. And Jimmy, does it surprise you at all that all the good quarterbacks who play in structure, at least from what we have seen, are CJ Stroud and veterans, right? It takes time. I mean, there's a balance here, right? Because you get some guys like Tua where structure is just about all they have. And that's something that Tua does really well because he has to. The playmaking piece to his game is just not the same part of his game as everything else. But a lot of these guys, they spend time in the league to get better at this, right? Or Tyson Bagent, who he played solid in structure, But what really made Bajent work is that when plays did break down, he actually had legs too and hit the check down with abandon. He simply did not take any sacks, right? So we'll see how this all works. Because you mentioned that it won't translate. I think it'll just be inconsistent. You take more hits, you take more sacks, you turn the ball over, you'll still generate some explosives because I think Caleb's mobility toolkit means that the out of structure stuff won't just fade. I mean, we're not long ago, Jibby, from Justin Fields running for over 1,000 yards and multiple 50, 60, 70, 80-yard touchdowns, right? As ridiculous as I know that was, and as ethereal as I know it was, because it disappeared almost immediately, you got to remember that the out of structure stuff doesn't just disappear. It's just not something you can lean on. You can't build your offense out of Kyler Murray playing out of structure. But Kyler Murray learning to play in structure is, I think, a nice indicator that it not only can be done, but it has been done by Lincoln Riley quarterbacks. And you remember, like you're talking about, Zach Wilson and Johnny Manziel. You can't shy away from these two examples. I personally thought Zach Wilson had more examples of looking past a second read that was wide open and trying to do something else and then underthrowing a different ball downfield. But anyways, let's get to Rome Odunze. We can talk about that more when we're actually talking about stuff. Because right now we've spent too long talking about Caleb without actually watching any of the tape, and we're spending too long doing it. Easy to get sidetracked into those conversations. But how you doing, Donnie? We'll go for as long as I can stand it, and I can probably stand it for about another hour. Okay. Jordan, you still here? Because I'm interested to hear how the Miles Austin stuff comes into that kind of move. Like, look at this. Sheesh. 6'2" man. 6'2" man. Pop. Get out of that tackle. Whoo! Was Miles this wiggly? Look at the big man slither. Come on, give us the view. Well, we get to see a big air juke. Oh, Donald, no. Love it, John. Making money? Love it, Jake, by the way. If you're still in here, I love seeing it. Ooh, there you go. There you go, John. It's a good game from Odunze's effort perspective, too. At least from what I've seen so far. Like, we're seeing a lot of solid blocking reps, which I'm here for. Ooh. Man, that hip drop is nasty. Look at him up here. Corner does a good job sticking with it, and Penix gets rid of the ball somewhere else. But release, burst, hip drop, and if we run through that, we'll probably generate some separation. It's funny to me, Donald, because I think that there are crazier Raz guys, but I think that Odunze's hip wiggle does a lot for him. This is one of the better Yak games that I have watched of him. Not that I've watched a billion games of Rome Odunze, but you can see a lot of good stuff, if you ask me. Just watching what Odunze is capable of with the ball already in his hands, that I think separates him from some of the quote-unquote big guys. Plus, he can still play X for you. Like, the biggest worry I have about Rome Odunze is him not falling to the Bears. I mean, I don't want to call him perfect. He's not perfect. It's more like there are a lot of good receivers out there that don't have all of the traits that a guy like Rome does, even if I think Neighbors is personally the better player. I think Rome is the rarer player. So it's a matter of what you're prioritizing, right? Because if Neighbors was a little taller, he might be able to play X for you. Whereas now Neighbors enters a crowded group of Zs. And in that group of Zs, he's one of the best. Like, if not, I mean, probably the best of the draft, I'd say. Look, I think Marvin Harrison's amazing. I think the explosiveness that Malik Neighbors shows us is something else. The fact that he showed it week to week to week to week to week in the SEC stands out to me. I mean, that guy is bonkers. Here's Rome separating over the interior. Curl and drift. Love that. We're late to it, but that's life. Good breakdown. Get the ball on him and we'll get his first down. Colin, I love that. Luke Getsy punch in air. Michael Penix on the move. Michael Penix launching deep. Zing on all the other Z's. Yeah, man, that's the thing. Malik Neighbors is one of a kind. That's not quite true. He's kind of just DJ Moore. But nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with DJ Moore. Jibby, I would be very surprised. I mean, were you the one earlier who was saying Joe Alt is generational? Because if you think Joe Alt is generational, I think, then if you think Joe Alt is generational, then how does a receiver not make it? Right? If I had the chance to draft Odunze or Neighbors, I'd probably go with Odunze for body diversity in the receiver room. But I ultimately think I think Neighbors is the better player on tape. The question is, who's the better person? I don't know. Donald, I'm right there with you. Robert, who should we worry might take him before 9? Who? Odunze? I don't think the Chargers would want him, but Tennessee's always possible. Doubt Atlanta does it. Maybe the Giants? The Giants might. He would fit what the Giants are. Am I skeptical Neighbors can play X? I mean, so Neighbors can play X the same way that Justin Jefferson, and Jordan Addison can play X. Like, they can do it. They're less natural at it. They can do it, though. Neighbors can stand there and take up the space, to use an example, but he can do it. He's just not the guy you're prioritizing for that. That's the truth, Jordan. I mean, Odunze is a really complete package, which I think is really handy. If Odunze is gone, trade out. I mean, there are a lot of situations where I'm down to trade out, but if you can get an Odunze or Neighbors, I'm not bothered with either pick, assuming that Neighbors passes medicals and interviews. Look. So look, public information. Malik Neighbors transferred high schools for his senior year, right? Why? Then, what is this? Just last February, Malik Neighbors ends up getting arrested for carrying a weapon without a permit. He doesn't have his permit. He ends up getting let go, right? No charges there. But I am at least going to beg the question on, like, what happened at high school? Like, did he get kicked out? Did something go on and he then, like, had to move schools? It's hard as an athlete. I was talking to, again, the safeties friend coach of mine. It's not easy to, while you're a scholastic athlete, get kicked out of some schools when you're a really good athlete. So I don't know anything. I'm really not here to speculate. It's not my goal. It's not my goal. Because, like Mario's saying, they could have transferred high schools for a nothing reason. Like, just his mom got a new job. He lived in a better area. They wanted to change high schools. Super understandable. I'm pointing out that Rome seems to have a completely standard record, and he's a charming interview personality, and he did the 3-cone, or at least tried to do the 3-cone, even at his size, and screwed it up 5 times. All those silly things that make you go, this guy seems like he's got pretty good character, right? And Malik Neighbors is not somebody that I'm trying to turn into Jalen Carter. That's not the point here. But receivers kind of do that sometimes, right? Where they can be a little off the wall. Now, I'm going to ask an honest question here. Do you think that the Chiefs or the Dolphins have any problem with all the, let's call it murkiness, that goes on with Tyreek Hill nearly every year at this point? I don't know. When you catch 2,000 yards or darn near it, there's a lot of things that you can do, right? Which is not great, but that's life in athletics. And I think we all kind of get that. I'd prefer a role model, but you also want to make sure your receiver can get the ball in the end zone, right? So Malik Neighbors is a hell of a football player. I don't know how he's going to interview. And if he interviews well, I think he gets taken before Adunze. I think Neighbors is closer. I'm one of these crazy people that thinks that Neighbors is closer to MHJ than he is to Adunze. Because while Adunze has very few flaws, Neighbors' speed is outrageous. His agility is also outrageous. Like, it is hard to find a guy like that. Hard. But I don't know how he interviews. And if you know me at all, you know that I'm just not going to project that or how good a guy is in terms of his character, because I don't know them. And I'm never going to guess, because I just don't know, right? But in the meantime, it makes you wonder if good guy Rome Odunze pushes himself partially up the board because coaches believe that he's going to be that workaholic locker room gel guy, and maybe that puts him up. But like you're talking about, Eric, just to point out, it is really easy for people in my position, because Eric, you mentioned, do I have a wide receiver bias? I think the entire draft media is skewed towards receivers, because we like quarterbacks, we like receivers. Because we like quarterbacks, we like receivers, right? Everybody gets bored by tackles. But more on that, Eric. Receivers, one of the only positions you get questions about, right? You get questions about defensive ends and receivers when you're in my spot. That doesn't mean that that's the only thing that matters, right? And that's a good way to put it, Siraj. Outrageous burst. But that burst really comes through on that LSU film where he's getting 4 or 5 yards of separation sometimes on these deep balls. Anyways, like, putting all this in perspective, Eric, I end up talking a lot about receivers because I end up watching a lot of tape on receivers, because I get asked about receivers all the time. And if you guys know me at all, I really try to make the best football content I possibly can. I really try to put together the content that I'm putting together that I would put together for myself. Basically, if I wanted to chase views or I wanted to be as viral as possible, receivers are your ticket to do it. And I think it does help the Bears in this case. Truly, I think that the best position for the Bears is receiver, especially at number 9. I think one will fall. I think it fills a big void in the Bears passing game, and I think that it can give you a receiver that you're hoping will grow with Caleb, that then, as DJ Moore and Caleb are that wide receiver 1 tandem, the moment that DJ starts to get old, because he's 26 now, he'll be 29 in 3 years, bada bing, bada boom, that's when this guy you draft, let's say it's Neighbors, switches with him, right? Like, where you end up passing one for the other And then your wide receiver 2 becomes your wide receiver 1. DJ Moore, a little older, becomes your wide receiver 2. Everybody wins, right? But I'm more pointing out to you, Eric, that in this rare case, the need actually fits with what everybody wants to talk about. Because you mentioned, where does JSN compare to all these first rounders? I need to admit to you, and I admitted this earlier, Eric, that I was way too high on JSN. I like JSN. I still like JSN. I still think he's good, right? But talking about him at 9 was me being new to the draft cycle. Like, he wasn't that big. He wasn't that fast. He was still the best receiver in the group, but I should have known better, and now I do, what a good wide receiver class looks like. Because, yeah, I think the top 5, debatably 6, guys are better than Jackson Smith-Jigba. I still like Jackson Smith-Jigba, but you look at guys like Adonai Mitchell, that kind of size speed, Brian Thomas, that kind of size speed, like, they're pretty good. And I do think, for what it's worth, that those top 3 receivers have really separated themselves, because the top 5 are all psycho athletes. The top 3 have technique to go with it, which is pretty nasty. And like you're saying, Ladd may be better. The difference would be, Jimmy, while Ladd has a lot of the same traits, Ladd also has some injury issues that JSN, well, I guess he did at the time, didn't he? I didn't think it was a big deal, but that hamstring took up a whole year. So that's going to draw a lot of conversation there. Anyways, all that to say, Eric, yes, I have a bias. In this case, I'm trying to look that bias in the eyes and tell you I still think it's the right call at being as realistic and boring as possible. And hey, to be fair, by the time we got to draft season, I was on the tackle train. And please correct me if I wasn't. But I could have sworn that by the time we actually got the rubber meeting the road, I was basically saying, yeah, I got to draft a tackle. Oh man, we could have gotten the ball here. I don't mind Penix's choice, but solid job by Rome to plant that foot and burst upfield, gain some ground. So Christian, you disagree because, so I hear you, right? Where you think that LT can make a QB better than another wide receiver. My main thing is, there's a point where you're taking a pretty doggone solid lineman. Braxton is solid, right? The same conversation we used to have about Leno, but he's a slightly better run blocker too. So I think he's a player that we would be a lot more excited about if he wasn't drafted in the 5th round, right? And I don't think Braxton would make a very good guard. And certainly he can't play center. So to me, I think that you're a year early on talking about replacing him, because I think he's been too good to move off of, especially since you just spent a 1st-round pick on tackle last year. He's just playing the wrong tackle position. Like, for instance, Christian, if we drafted Michael Penix and he was a lefty quarterback, obviously, and so his blind side was that right side, is Braxton good enough to play that front side tackle? I don't know what you think, but I'm going to assume the answer is yes. So obviously you're not going to flip the tackles, but you might be able to flip your mind, and that's okay, to remember that a lot of rush vets are lining up on the right-hand side now. Braxton is facing the 2nd best rusher more often than you'd think. Now, that's not a cure-all for everything, but when Braxton's your 2nd offensive tackle, there are a lot of OT2s in the NFL that are worse than Braxton. There are some OT1s that are worse than Braxton. You should watch a Jacksonville game or a Patriots game for that matter. Now, that's not me dunking on you, Christian. It's more to say that I think that the soul of what you're saying, please protect my quarterback. A1. That's why I want to sign a center. That's why I'm glad they traded for Ryan Bates, so that we can make sure that line is better, drastically better, right? Because I would tell you that I think that the issues that the Bears had weren't on the edges so much as the interior. But I get what you're saying about the opportunity to upgrade at an important position like left tackle. The problem is, I think it's harder to upgrade off of Braxton than meets the eyes, right? Hey, O'Shea, I appreciate it. The rest will be posted too. Hey, we're almost at 2,000 viewers. Like, I don't know what's popping on Twitter, but you guys are killing it over there. So keep it going. Follow me if you haven't already. I appreciate you. I don't care what the situation is. I can't appreciate the love enough. Um, but that's the thing. I think Braxton starts for an awful lot of teams just because I think he's good. But I think it's also easy to personally, Christian, to over or to underrate your own tackle because you watch him get beat. It's like watching a pitcher, right? The third starter on your baseball team, you think he sucks. But that's just my 2 cents, right? Hey, thank you, Mr. O'Shea. Is this the first stream you've watched? You already feel like it's great? I get you. And that's the thing, Christian, right? More than anything, I feel like Braxton has gone from rated to underrated slowly but surely, right? Especially because in my opinion, Christian, we are forgetting that a rookie offensive tackle, even if he's better in 2026, doesn't help us in a pretty key 2024 season. See you later. No, I'm with you, O'Shea. Just talking it out with you. And this is not me throwing flame, but if you're thinking the same thing I am, I think that the more we've done access to all 22, that's a good thing. But when people like what I used to be don't study enough, you can end up leading war bands astray, basically, where people end up going berserk on different players that don't deserve it because the person watching the tape might not quite know what they're looking at. And that's okay. It's a hard game. And what's wild is you talk to 5 different players, you might get 5 different answers on who did what wrong. Like Jason McKee is going to have a different take than Rob Gronkowski is going to have a different take than JT O'Sullivan, which I think makes the whole thing interesting. Like, for instance, I'm sure you guys have all heard it. JT wants Evan Ingram in his tight end. He does not value Cole Kmet. I think he's off, right? But I didn't play quarterback, so I come with different biases than a guy like JT O'Sullivan, who ultimately wants everybody to be somebody who's open for you, right? But that's yeah, right. He thinks Cole's slow, which kind of can be slow, but he does a great job, I think, Cole, of first of all, I thought he leveled up this last year, which is his own good thing. Like, Cole turned me into a believer, and I was pretty down on him, right? But I also think Kmet does a really good job of being an off. So I didn't think this mattered. Okay, chess pieces. Cole Kmet is the knight. I hope this metaphor lands. This is out there, right? The knight, as you probably know in chess, moves 2 spaces forward and then 1 to either side, right? It is a screwy mover. It can't cross the whole board. It's not a rook. It doesn't go straight up. It's definitely not a queen that can go all over the place. It's got this screwball pattern, right? Screwball pattern. Like that. But if you deploy it in smart ways, the knight can be one of the more dangerous chess pieces on the board because guys get caught all the time, chess players, that is, ending up where they've left somebody vulnerable to a knight because it did not look like this space was in threat, but the knight totally got him, right? Cole Kmet does a great job of being a good enough run blocker that he might be on the front side of the run play, but still being a good enough receiver that he can be the over route if you need him to be. And so that's the thing, Zariah. Kmet is a very average-ish blocker. And if you go back and you look at Kmet's 2022 season, Kmet was tied for 3rd in the NFL with 7 touchdowns, and 6 of them, minimum, were completely uncontested. And I actually think that there is something to be said about being a two-way enough tight end to where your offense can scheme you free touches, right? It's not that simple. It isn't. It's to say that Evan Ingram, I'm never going to assume he's blocking. The moment he beats me blocking, LOL. Wow. Okay. We'll let him get their 5 to 7 rushing yards and we'll go get him next time. But Kmet, you actually might think he's blocking and address him as such. And then he may slip by you, catch a ball up the seam, and then pretty much get cut down immediately. But that can be a big first down, depending on the moment. Like, it's not that he's the queen. It's not that he's the rook. It's not that he's the bishop. It's that he's a knight. He's the guy you forget about. Like, because yes, Zariah, it's more to say that you'd be shocked at how rare it is to find a wide tight end that is fast-ish. And also, I think Kmet is developing as a man-on-man receiver. Like, Kmet's ability to run what I call the Mark Andrews route, right? It is a stem of about 8 yards, and then you just blatantly push off the DB, and then you run an out route. Kmet's gotten better at that, and that matters because that's a very helpful route to have in your bag. So that's good. The Kmet's getting better at that because we do need to be able to play against man now that we're paid. Just saying. But it is, to me at least, seeing Kmet actually handle the different pieces of his roles within these offenses. And I'm kind of talking, but Cole Kmet should look like one of the most overrated players in the Bears. That's what he should look like. If Cole Kmet's doing his job well, you think he's overrated. That's how I see it, because the defenses actually play him like he's a Y, and the offense can therefore use him as a lowercase u at times and get him over in that role. And within that, you end up with a 700-yard tight end, which at least is what I'm seeing. John, you mentioned, so John De La Talia mentions, why couldn't Kmet learn the Graham red zone box out? So John, for what it's worth, we watched Gronk, and I get that. Jimmy Graham is going to go down as one of the best red zone tight ends I have ever watched. Jimmy Graham gets it in the red zone like I've just never seen anybody else. I mean, I would pull the tape if I had it. Catch you later, Donald. I would pull the tape if I had it, John. But Nick Foles throwing up a prayer in that Seahawks game, 2020, right? No, it's 2021. It was the Fields year. It was one of the final Nagy games. Who remember this? The Seahawks in the snow, 3rd and 14. 3rd and 14, last chance, basically. And Nick Foles chucks up a prayer to double coverage, and somehow Jimmy Graham high points the damn thing, comes down with it to set up that wild Jameer Bird catch on the go for 2 as the Bears end up pulling off a stunner in Seattle. I'll never understand Jimmy Graham's ability to come down with these things in the red zone. Like, I've never seen anybody catch a touchdown pass in a playoff game that they lost and literally catch a touchdown pass, dunk the ball, run out of the tunnel. But Jimmy Graham did. Like, Jimmy Graham's one of those legends. I'm almost just happy that he played for Chicago so I can understand the context, because he just had that. He had that dog in him in the red zone. I wish I had a better way to describe this, because there's tons of guys out there like Trey McBride. Trey McBride's awesome. But he's just not, he's not that kind of ball winner. Most of these tight ends aren't, but he really was a freak when it came to going up and get that ball. Ooh, nice move. It really was. And he was a great rebounder. A lot of guys played basketball. Few guys could channel it. I know, Icon, isn't that sad that actually blocking basically shortened Gronk's career? Though I think Travis is on his way out. I mean, I don't think he's retiring now. I think he really does want the three-peat. But He's slowing. You can see it. You can feel it. Come on, give us something Romy. That ain't it. I mean, Finley, it's a bummer too, because you got to think that everybody's going to be on the Chiefs side when the Bears, take on Kansas City next year. But I mean, come on. Caleb Williams versus Mahomes. Like, yeah, it's a darn shame. Everybody will want Mahomes to win that extra ring, but I don't think he's gonna, I'm kidding, obviously. But sheesh, could you imagine? Like, at this point, we are joking. I am not being serious. But I think the storyline would be crazy enough if Caleb breaks some rookie records. God forbid he gimmicks into the yardage record on, I don't want to say accident, but I mean, all it'll take is like a couple 300-yard games. Like, all it'll take is a couple of 300-yard games from Caleb, garbage time or not, to legitimately challenge a 3,800-yard season in 17 games. Remember, the yardage record here to beat is 225 yards per game. Nothing crazy. But if somehow Caleb Williams, say what you will, maybe it's off the back of a good defense. Maybe it's Caleb just going crazy. Like, I'm with you, Zaraj. I was trying to set up a Bears in the Super Bowl joke, but the Chiefs would be the villain. Like, if the rookie won the Super Bowl in Chicago, oh my gosh. I mean, Goodell would nearly give Caleb the keys to the league at that point. People would lose their minds. I feel like there would be a borough in Chicago that would get lit on fire. No, Miles, don't do it. The kiss of death, I'm going to warn you, Miles and Finley, the kiss of death in Chicago is declaring that the quarterback could win MVP. We aren't going to do it. We aren't going to do it. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Look, nope. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Are we clear? Are we clear? We've done this before. We know better. We know better than this. Don't you go talk about MVP. Don't you do it. Don't you bet on the quarterback winning MVP. Don't you do it. Don't think about it. Put that thought out of your mind, because that's been the kiss of death. Rookie of the year? No, we can think about that, right? But MVP, you make that bet. That is apparently how you undo it. Like, for some reason, maybe it's just God playing a cosmic joke. The moment we started talking MVP, Trubisky's 2019 went up in smoke immediately. The moment we started Fields MVP, 2023 went up in smoke immediately. We aren't doing it. MVP, we could talk about it. MVP, we could talk about it. But the MVP, I don't know. Johnny got one. Somebody voted for him. That is some. Oh? Ah. I do wish sometimes that Rome had just a little bit of an extra gear, but that's mostly because you watch all these other guys and holy smokes, they just burn. Xavier Worthy is wild. Like, just watching some of that tape that we did, like his catch radius is just not that wild. And I get that. But man, he can separate when he wants to, can't he? Looks different on tape. It's not, Jordan. You can't have the perfect prospect. You just can't. He feels that way, John. Like, jokes aside, there's no jokes either. It's easy to say stuff like that, to make those claims, but Neighbors really does look as fast as Worthy does. Here, let's go one more, right? And then actually I feel like I'm contractually obligated to cram in some baits, but we'll get there later. Let's see. Which guy did I file it under? Was it Simpson? I think so. So here's what's funny, right? If you want to see some Ladd and some Bowers, you'll have the chance to. But Ladd plays like a part-time player in this, and you're still going to see enough. Like, I'm going to watch Bowers, who's 19, right? He's the huge dude playing halfback because we can do that. Here's Bowers for you. Eric, they've just got depth. Kudos to Buffalo. They're just drafting and developing guys. And these Auburn DBs are pretty good. Here's Ladd. All right, now we watch Ladd. I think he must have been hurt or something, because he's just playing sometimes. But every time he's playing, I mean, come on. Come on, right? Come on. Come on. Look at the foot frequency. Look at the move. Physicality at the top of the step. This is a good corner. Like, this is a corner that's going to be in the draft. I think it's Pritchett. But, like, look at these quick steps. Pop, 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 pop. What is this? Inside move. Regather balance. Get through contact. Look at the separation as he pulls this thing in. I mean, does that look easy or what? He is unbelievably smooth. I mean, he's on the corner in a flash demo. And then if that wasn't enough, he can block a little too. Oh my gosh. Zariah, if you somehow got me a Dunze and also Ladd, or Keon Coleman and Ladd McConkey, I would freak out. Here's Bowers blocking. Okay, we got some effort. Man, Q. Is he part-timer in most of these? Because I would have expected a guy like him to get all kinds of time. McConkey, I like it. Thank you. Okay, so here's my dude. Here's my man. Here's my guy. Who does this remind you of? Okay. Snap. Rotate. So now we're playing either bracket over the top, or it's like a, let's see, what formation are they in? Just so I know their check. So we're looking at like a 1x1 setup. So we're probably playing like cover 5 or something similar. I need to take a look. It might be, I don't know what he's doing. He looks like he thinks he busted, for crying out loud. But what matters here is it's very clear that he's got this file right here, because it looks to me like he's playing cover 4 tech. We see the break. Simpson gets his feet down. Pretty play on the ball. Oh, and by the way, that's an interception. Simpson's got really good zone eyes. I'm a huge fan of his zone eyes. And his ability to plant that foot and get downhill to make plays in the passing game. Oh, that is 2 invert. You're absolutely right. Which I always look at and I think 3. But I think Simpson in particular here does a great job of identifying threats and watching them and being that brainy free safety. I want this kid. This guy in particular, if you watch him, what's his biggest flaw? It is 178 lbs. He is thin. But what does he also have going for him? Simpson, Raz. Come on. There it is. So we're small. We're light. We are elite in the vertical, the broad. We are fast. And for any of you who know DBs, like I like to think I know DBs, we're talking about a former corner too. And I love former corners because when you get a safety that has played corner, I think he understands corner leverage a lot more naturally than a lot of these other safeties that are more box-oriented guys. Let me see. Brandon, Jalen Simpson, age. I don't think I have an age, but he is, let me see. He's listed as a senior, but not a redshirt senior. So, no idea. But he seemed like he'd been there for a while. But yeah, you gotta take a look at him. And there are plenty of games where he pretty much doesn't do anything. Donnie, I don't know where he's projected, and to be honest with you, I have no idea. At least in my opinion, Zarash, I think he could be a free safety because I think that the ball skills are absolutely there. And if you watch him, look, I'm giving you guys a lot of players to watch between Bowers, Ladd, and Simpson here. But I also think that Simpson does a really good job of fitting the run, especially at his size. He's absolutely willing to crash downhill and go make a play in the running game, which you have to be able to do. You won't survive if you're not quick to the run game. And I think he does a good job of doing that. But it's a matter of how well he'll fill out, what he'll do. But I think he could go anywhere from the 3rd to the 5th, depending on what people think about guys like Jonathan Bullard and others. But one thing I think he did really well that I'm a fan of is plays exactly like this, right? So there are a lot of safeties who do not recognize the crosser. A lot. Simpson here sees play action, and he's going to immediately break into this crosser-heavy space to cut off the Georgia crosser that he ultimately knows is coming. And now some of this is defensive scheme because Auburn runs a defense. Their zone match defense is just a lot of fun to watch. It really is. But his experience in seeing, okay, I've got a threat. Like, you see this quick look right here? He sees him, eyes inside, crosser's on its way, and just steps in front of it. Quarterback never looks at it because he never needs to. He checks it down to Bowers. They pick up a first down. But the way he reads the field out and goes and finds that guy, and finds that space, big fan. Well, so at least for me, Zariah, I like Kinchins. I didn't like Kinchins the way that a lot of people did, where I was just going to laud him and laud him and laud him. I like a lot of the safeties in this class, but it's the top guys aren't the dogs that I think some people want to make them. When I first heard Daniel Jeremiah say that this safety class didn't have a top 50 player, I was like, really? And then I watched Tyler Nubin and I went, okay, so I see what you mean, right? Like Kinchins, he looks really big on his tape. And when I went out to the Senior Bowl, I was surprised he was so mid-sized. And then he's not even that athletic. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's not good. Because he ended up testing really terribly. A guy like Simpson is fast, which works in his favor, at least on plays like that. Is this Bowers? No, of course not. Bowers has some gas. Nubin's a really good player. The biggest thing that Nubin doesn't have is that thing that he does so exceptionally well that you need him. Like, for instance, Ladd's probably about to dust somebody because Ladd just doesn't get in on that many snaps. And when he does, he just creates a ton of space consistently. And look at that speed, man. That kind of foot frequency, flying that fast. Man, he gets up the seam. He breaks. Ooh, that is just so good. there are a lot of the safeties that I think can play in this draft. A lot of ones I'm really excited about. Jordan, it depends. As a free safety, no, you're not going to get me coming around on Jaden Hicks. As a box safety or a cover one guy, yeah, all right, I can dig it. I get it. But would I draft him in the late second round? No, because to me, there's just not enough value there. I would rather take a lot of other players, like some of the trench guys, or I mean, even think some of these corners before I would take a safety like that. But it's just not my archetype. I mean, you nailed it when you said that the other day, because you're absolutely right. It's not my archetype. Like the big safety that's going to get killed in coverage. Well, where am I going to put him in a game-winning drive kind of scenario where we're sitting there playing quarters, cover two, and Tampa? What am I going to do? Play him in cover three? Come on. This stuff bothers me. If you can't tell. But I want my safeties to be able to cover. Like, yes, everybody talks about like the days of anybody can tackle are over, but depends. You still have to be able to lock down these wide receivers. Newbin's not quite like Amos. I think Amos got drafted in the 5th round for a reason. Newbin is like a super Amos, is the best way I could put that. Oh, man. See, look, it's simple. It's not that impressive. It's not that impressive. Hear me say that. But Jalen Simpson is about to go one-on-one with Brock Bowers, and I think he does a more than good enough job of taking. Maybe he doesn't take the route away. It depends on your definition of what taking the route away is. Because I think a bad throw here, especially if the quarterback's under pressure, they run on a zero look. It's not a zero, but it's a blitz. And man, does that Auburn pressure get home fast. Sheesh. This linebacker rips straight through. And if this quarterback threw to Bowers and he short balls it, you're looking at a pick. But I think I just like the way he plays the game. From stances to eyes to where he's looking to the ability to break on the football to the ability to get into the run lane. Simpson is somebody who consistently seems to me to be creating problems in the coverage net. And that's what I want to see in a safety. The prospect, Zariah. Amos turned into Super Amos himself, or Smash Amos, if you will. I haven't watched him yet, Mario, but he's on my list because all I've heard is good things. Or at least he came to the combine. Man, those Texas Tech boys were flying, weren't they? Thank you for putting up with the quiet periods. This is when I start to. I'm suddenly watching all these guys again, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a great football game. I forgot SVP's on this. This Van Pran, right? I haven't watched him yet. Darius Robinson, that is. All I've heard is huge person. So much of watching DBs, and especially if you're watching a part-time receiver, is just scanning through plays where our guy wasn't involved. Yeah, nice job. What is that? Rosemary Jackson? Good catch. Boom, big shot. Ooh. We'll rip through this, and then we'll watch a true hint or two of, oh man, Q, are you still here? Is this the game where you told me Brock Bowers just takes over in the fourth? Did he catch that? Holy smokes. No. Oh, yeah. Brandon, you still in here? This is a nice little break. Look at this. Sits over the top of Bowers, sees that inside, breaks on it, meets the ball there, swat at the top of the route. That's a PD. Like, what do I want from my free safety? Pretty much this. What is the coverage call? Cover 3? Just with the free safety shaded over the top? Might be. Beautiful. What, Bowers specifically, Mario? Well, so Bowers to me doesn't look like a tight end. That's what got me, is I get so used to these 260-pound meat blocks playing tight end that number 19 just kept looking like a pretty good receiver, right? So that's Brock Bowers. and I was so focused on Lad and on I was so focused on Lad and then this free safety that kept, and all of the DBs, that this other guy who kept getting the ball was just annoying me. He really does, Zariah. I mean, to me, the open field movement just looks so clean. I mean, watching Simpson drop back, just to use this as an example, drop, clean out all kinds of space. It feels like really fluid motion to me. And like we're talking about, there are pieces when it comes to fit in the run game, et cetera, that we might love to see it, or we might love to see things get a little better. But I can't help but feel like his instincts just look phenomenal to me. And he's got the movement kit to match, where you may be giving some things up in the run box, but at least the hope is when you're spending on guys like Gervon Dexter, that's not saying much right now, just in terms of the run fit, and Andrew Billings and Montez Sweat, and depending on who the Bears sign at edge, I would hope that when you also add then TJ Edwards, all the stuff that they're spending in the front seven, that you can have a free safety that plays like Eddie the Eagle, even if he's not helping you in, or even if he's not like a run force player. Ball out. Mario, I don't know what's going on with Kalen. So, Kalen King, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what happened with Kalen. Kalen is reminding me a lot right now of, oh my gosh, I've said the name before, and then I keep forgetting. It's Darion Kendrick, which is funny. He's a bulldog, right? But Kalen looked a lot more fluid and a lot more fast. For instance, in that, like, it's the Michigan game. And then you watch the Ohio State game and you go, what happened here? And then you put him at you put him in Mobile and he can't cover anybody. Like he can't cover anybody in Mobile. He didn't cover anybody, Mario. Like Max Melton's out there fighting, brawling with Ricky Pearsall, with Rome Wilson, with nearly everybody, right? Then on top of that, you've got Quinyon Mitchell embarrassing everybody. But then on top of that, you've got Cam Hart, you've got tons of these corners that are playing ball, and Kalen King goes from clearly one of the people that was designed to be a star, or at least handpicked to be a star out there, to somebody who's not getting any of the one-on-ones because they're well aware that he's just playing so badly that you can't do it. It's brutal. It's brutal. I feel like you have to move him to safety, and I don't know. With Kinchin's, I'm not actually to say I'm not shocked isn't fair because I didn't think he'd be that bad. But I remember watching Kinchin's tape thinking he's a little on the slow side, but he's big enough to work with it. But who's to say? Oh, God. Tell me you don't love this. Tell me you don't love this, right? Look at his zone eyes. Snap. He sees the quarterback open up right here with his eyes interior, right? I'm talking about Simpson again, right? And then Simpson takes a look and sees this receiver peeking inside, right? And as the quarterback sets it, he's got this whole thing in his peripheral. Nobody breaks. Nobody is breaking. And Simpson has loaded and launched downfield. He reaches this receiver before his own corner does. From some depth. Like from 10 yards depth. I love this stuff. Like when we talk a free safety, rocket, bang. With some force on the tackle too. I'm taking a picture of this. We're almost at 2,000 viewers, everybody. Keep it going. Keep it going. The Twitter viewers are killing. I love this kid. He played like such a star in this game. And I mean, they're going to play him so far off the line, too, that it's just hard to even find tape of him in the run fit. Oh, and then here's Ladd. We like Ladd, right? Look at this route. Rocket. Quick cut outside. Nobody close. Unnecessary jump, sure. But look at that. Look at the cleanliness in that cut. You also got to love the burst to clear this first level of defenders. And then boom. The routes where Ladd not just gets the ball, but honestly where he gets the chance to just run, I think he looks really dangerous. And then probably my favorite part about McConkey is that you get these blocks. Like a lot of guys Ladd's size aren't going to do anything, right? Block. Go to war with DJ James. Get enough to where you can create a nice little run play off of it. I guess it's a screen, but point is there. And that's the thing, Zarayash. Now, granted, these kinds of heady defensive backs that hunt in the open field are exactly my cup of tea. And I mean exactly my cup of tea from the safety position. But, I mean, just watching this, like, there's something about stances like getting low. Oh, we're coming. From depth, too. Look at that gas. Look at this blitz from the 10-yard box. If anything, he jumps too early. But the pressure gets home. Jimmy, that actually wouldn't shock me, if only because I think Carson Beck seems like a solid player. That's the Georgia kid, right? All right, let's see it, Bowers. It's coming up, I think. I've heard the fourth quarter is just massive. He can play. Not to mention he's got the size that everybody loves. I'll tell you the part that I think is wild about somebody like, I will throw this at you. Somebody like Caleb can get pretty wild because if you watch McConkey on this specific play. Like, McConkey is going to pop the top of what looks to me like cover 3. No, I got you, Jimmy. Like, he's through. The wild part is there's just not a lot of human beings. They're going to be able to launch the ball 55 yards on a dead sprint forward. And, well, there's like 2 of them, right? And Caleb's one of the other ones. Jimmy, like you're mentioning, that kind of stuff's not in structure. But if you can hit 1 or 2 of those, one in a game, you could completely flip the game. The structure stuff's got to be there, though. It's not a substitute. Man, Deontay Johnson with more speed and better hands is a hell of a player. And that's the thing. Like, McConkey's tape is impressionable. I almost wish McConkey wasn't so exciting to watch. Let's see. Is there anything I definitively don't like about Caleb Williams' game? His plain Jane inexperience at playing within structure, or kind of the middle finger attitude towards it. He has a structure, but he sees it as a guideline rather than a lifeline. And I do think structure is your lifeline at the NFL level. And so there's some serious projection there as he's going to get used to it. Jeez, what a route. What a route. Look at this. Look at this. Off the line, quick jet inside, but it's that cut across the face. Oh my gosh. Double plant. Also, just saying it, Jordan, I also think he's so loose with the football and such an idiot sometimes with it that the fumble thing it's such a bad problem. It's almost obnoxious. One of those, like, you've done so many things well. Why is this such an issue? Like, the bad habit to commit some of the most heinous turnovers you'll see in the draft cycle is it goes from funny to okay, what are we doing here? But it's stuff that I think can get cleaned up. Maybe it's just because I believe in the kid. Man, on 3rd down, too. Good golly. What a route. What a route. McConkey's just undressing this corner. That's DJ James. He's going to get drafted. Actually, I think that was Nehemiah Pritchett. All the same, he's going to get drafted. Maybe not high. You're telling me, Eric. The problem is that you're projecting something. With May, you're projecting off of 1 to 2 reads, right? Structure isn't the same. At least it's not NFL consistent across anything other than maybe Michigan, right? Because Michigan will make some pro-style reads, but then JJ's struggles throwing outside the numbers would really bug me. With Caleb, it's not a matter of can. It's a matter of will in some cases. And then you see the can, I think. Certainly enough to take the chance, but it's where you'd need to get him on a whiteboard. See the game through his eyes. All that stuff that we don't get the chance to do. I'm with you, though. I wish that there was a truly perfect prospect, if only. Wait a minute. I want to see that last one again. Oh, it's a pitch play. And see, then you'll notice, Zaraish, if you're still in here, and I think you are. The other thing that I think is funny is that just like another player I love a lot, obviously, right? You'd swear that some of these teams simply won't throw in the general direction of Simpson after a little while, where it's like, okay, 36, we're not going at him. Man, Bowers is so fast. Would you say you could see the can in Fields when he was coming out? I thought so, Eric. I thought it was an easy yes, but there are more reads in Caleb's tape where he's gone from 1 to 2 to 3 and sometimes to 4 and still found a throw downfield, which is mostly the difference. With Caleb, it was 1 to 2 to run the ball because running the ball was my check down, and he's really good at it. It made so much sense, right? Why would you not let Fields run the ball? He was an insane athlete. You could tell at OSU, right? How you doing, Brian? With Caleb, it seems as if there's more passing tools. It's a matter of, frankly, whether the offense is even designing 1 through 3 reads in some cases. You also see plenty of moments where Caleb recognizes that he needs to have a receiver sit down in a zone, and he'll throw to the pocket in that zone. But then, not only will he not end up, or like he'll see the pocket in that zone that he needs to throw to. Did Bowers catch this? Bowers is taking over. Sheepers. Honestly, Chase Daniel has thrown so much stuff out that I just sort of tried to turn off the whole faucet. But, I mean, it's always possible, man. I couldn't tell you what he did or didn't do. I would imagine if he didn't do great on the whiteboard, then the Bears probably wouldn't be all that interested. And it seems like the Bears are pretty interested. Which kind of leaves me thinking, so then did he not do well on the whiteboard? I don't know. Holy smokes, did Bowers just catch that? The last catch was already nutty. Like, I don't want to gloss over these. Look at 19 here. Range back, haul that in with basically one hand. And then here, he catches this. What? That is a snag. That's all pro against Madden on you. Like, no, not all pro. This is you playing all Madden and you go, finally, tipped ball. Nah, first down. Okay, all right. Couldn't tell you, Brian. I mean, my gut feel is I doubt it, to be honest with you. I think that they've made their decision one way or another, but I'm sure they're going to take phone calls up until the day of the draft, just because if somebody wants to offer you 3 first-round picks to move down to 2, it's just a different offer. We can't tell the blue air. We can't tell if it was Caleb that didn't want to come or if this, that, or the other. Because the article that Breer wrote said that Caleb and the team decided to bump it. And then that's the Zariah. I think so. I mean, you got to remember that Chase Daniel spent months saying, stick with Fields, stick with Fields, stick with Fields. Now he's saying you got to draft Caleb if you want to. Look, it's not flip-flopping. You could change your opinion, but we're not far removed from Chase Daniel saying that that DeVito is the real deal. Then at one point he said Aiden O'Connor, he said Zach Wilson is all the way back. He made at least three videos about Fields being not the problem. More pointing out that, like, with where there's Chase Daniel right now, there is a businessman, and that's okay. But we'll see. Brian, I do think actually that is it would not surprise me if that's a piece of this, right? I bet you I would be surprised also if Caleb isn't winning them over. So it can be all of the above, is I guess what I would say. But the financial aspect of keeping Fields, I do think, plays into this. To say that it doesn't isn't fair. This is a sweet break, if you ask me. But boom. That's what I would think, wideout. Would I rather see the Bears trade down 9 if Adunze and Neighbors aren't available, or draft Fashanu? Probably trade down, to be honest. I would take the pick. As good as Fashanu seems like he is, and he does seem really good. Jeez, Bowers. And that movement ability that Brock has is something else. So, Brian, I mean, I don't want to second guess anything, but the difference is okay. So, Brian, what is a team friendly extension? I like Brian's thought here because Brian says, like, if Justin's agent approached them about a team friendly contract extension, that first overall is getting traded. What is a team friendly contract extension? Because I imagine David Mulugeta would see $36 million AAV a year as a team friendly contract extension, right? Like, Mulugeta probably is not going to actually reasonably offer anything less than the Daniel Jones deal. But I don't think he's going to offer anything less than the Daniel Jones deal. I think he would consider it that's the other piece, Mario. Like, I don't think Mulugeta has any reason to do that, or at least isn't going to. I agree with you, Zaraish, where I think that Olu's run blocking is frankly almost getting too overblown because it is a pass protecting league. Goodness, Brock Bowers is catching everything. I don't know that they would, Brian. I don't even know if the Bears are completely convinced that, like, if you asked the Bears today, are we picking up Justin Fields' fifth-year option? I don't know if they know what they want. That's not to say that they definitely don't. I'm saying I don't know if they know what they want. Where's Simpson on that play? Just so I know. Covering the post, of course. That's the other thing, the blue air. I do think that if I was Justin, I just don't think I'd want to play in Chicago that badly right now. It's not me trying to be a hater. It's me pointing out that, like, bad vibes. All right. Ryan Bates, number 71. We're going to rip through this. We're not going to get through the whole game. There's no way. There's no way. I'm too tired. But we have to watch at least a little. There's Bates the guard. Oh, is that against Chris Jones? Not a bad first guy to match up with. Well, Brian, that's what we're talking about. Couldn't have picked it better. I think Bates looks solid. When I originally evaluated Bates, all right, so I'm going to say something that's going to sound like it's, I don't know, a crack. It's too serious, but this is how I felt at the time, right? By the way, how funny is it leveling back up from college film to pro film again, where everybody looks about that fast? And look at this flick of the dadgum wrist. Like, pop, bang. The gas Allen could generate off of a flick is something. Boom. Ultimately, I think Bates is a solid player and a solid athlete. Here's him pulling, it looks like. Keep an eye on 71. I think he's good depth. Athletic enough in space. Helps create a lane. Nice 9-yard gain. I remember watching him in 2022 during that offseason. Yeah, it's 2024 now, so 2 years ago. And thinking the Bears were about to steal an RFA guard that actually had some serious promise to him, which was fun. I mean, not only fun because I thought it would work, but fun because Ryan Bates actually seemed pretty cool, which is good. We like that. Also, like the stream if you haven't already. I appreciate you. No, I get you, Mario. The pro personnel has been kind of all over the place. It seems, Zach, like there's a lot of Buffalo fans that are disappointed in the trade. Now, I don't know what that means or matters. Like, here we get pretty decent displacement off crunch. So ain't bad, ain't bad. It's like a catch block. Just catch him. Keep the guy off him. Yeah, you're telling me, Eric. I by no means want to oversell Bates. I think Bates is a solid lineman in a solid scheme. And he could be Zach. But apparently it seems like either Mitch could easily be like a baller in the locker room. I mean, I just don't tell you. I couldn't tell you. Right? This is solid. Nice disruptive punch and catch. Is that on Jones again? I think it is. That's all I'm looking for. Like, here it is. Yeah, Jones beats the hands. Decent recovery step. Solid length. I mean, honestly, truly, if you can't tell, I'm in a state of mind where I'm like, I would like to close this thing up by one. We're gonna get through as many snaps of a guy like Bates as we can in that time, and then we are going to call it an evening. But this is film. This is film from 2022. Woohoo! God, Josh Allen. Bang. Plus, as I understand it, Bates has played a little center, which is solid. I haven't seen any tape of him at center. Maybe he's not any good. But at guard, at least, he could play. Which is good. Because the Bears had a right guard that could not play for an awful long stretch of the season. We don't like talking about it, but it happened. Ooh, Chris Jones with the win there. Josh Allen saying that does not matter. What oversets? His hands are getting beaten, so easily could have at least a little bit of struggle with power in his hands. But uses the feet to make enough happen on this play in particular. It's always possible, Brian. Always. Worth at least taking a look at, right? Bring the guys to camp, see who wins the job. But if the $10 million man, if the $10 million man doesn't win, I'd be pretty surprised. But he may be there to push him. I mean, as usual, Jordan, Poles, for better and for worse, is always trying to undercut the market. Yeah, Bates as a hand fighter seems like he's leaving a good bit to be desired. Just looking to win off of like bump and push. I mean, it's Chris Jones, right? But saying it's Chris Jones doesn't necessarily excuse every blemish on the tape. Oh man, that guy's a nightmare. This is a lot of what I remember seeing. Solid run blocker. Bates in particular is going to carry a lot of weight here. Get up. Come off the combo. Go get the next guy. Seam. Plus, he's a nice violent puller. Oh, Bradley, it can get worse, unfortunately. I got the blitz. Okay. Blizzard just standing there with him. Ooh. Good battle with 99. Yeah, Alexander, you're going to have a good VOD. It's a good discussion, I think. Battling. I do need to go get some sleep, and I'm going to. The yawns are getting bad. Too expensive, unfortunately, Bradley. I wish it worked, right? Like, I wish the Bears could sign a Christian Wilkins, but I bet you Christian Wilkins wants like $25 million a year, and the Bears they're not going to pay that. Not for a 3-tech. Yeah, it's pretty wild, Robert. The NFL's got some crazy coincidences, and especially the bloodlines thing. It's just all over. Feels like Bates gets caught playing a little high, but he's really good at being obnoxious. At least from what I am seeing. Like as far as like a low center of gravity and driving with power through that core, it doesn't seem like it's Bates's game. But as an athlete, like as a lower body athlete right here, all this stuff, plus a long-armed guy, he seems like he does a good enough job being pesky in pass pro that he should be solid depth, man. Plus, he seems like he's got solid fundamentals, but always hard to read that. Would be nice, Zariah. Yeah, that's the thing, Brian. He's definitely not a dominator. Well, I'm sure he's going to get beat now and again, but I always feel like, Brian, one thing that we don't do a great job of talking about is that, like, okay, so I feel like there's 5 outcomes. Everybody wants to make everything a 2 true outcomes, right? They want to put this into win and they want to put this into loss, right? But I think that there is a stalemate. I think there is a loss. And then I think there is a win-win, right? This is your pancake. There's your square of butter. Wait a minute. Nope. A win is normal, right? It's just stand the guy up. A stalemate is give a little bit of ground, but you ultimately don't allow any pressure. A loss is like the one we saw earlier. You give up one of your sides, the guy pens the pocket, but you're able to kind of push him out and create some trouble and leave it out. The loss is your instant sack. You don't even get your hands on the guy. You don't slow him down. He might as well be a free rusher, right? And I feel like Bates will do a good job of living in this range, which is the goal. It's exactly what I think Braxton does really well, right? Is keeping it to a loss without breaking into loss in many cases, where you don't want the bad ones, because the really awful ones are instant dead plays. They are instant dead plays. You can navigate at one offensive lineman losing the play. But when you really lose, like I would consider this block right here a win. Not a pancake, not a win-win, right? But a win. Hands on, keep the guy off. Keeps him from being too disruptive, though it's a screen, so who knows. I think he calls it losing with dignity. Oh, Josh. But my stated purpose is more to divide everything into, because Brian, everything you're saying about He won't lose too often. I agree with you because he won't lose, you hope, nearly ever. Hopefully that's not a common occurrence because it's never good when it is. Ever. It happens way too often in Chicago uniform, so that's not good. But beyond that, I think it goes understated how often linemen get beat. You don't notice it affect most plays because when you do get beat, but you lose with dignity or you just single loss, life could be worse. Plenty of the time, you can deal with that. Here, Chris Jones, probably calling that pretty much a win-win. It's just that it's a quick throw. So maybe you could say he's oversetting on purpose. I don't know. There we go. Solid block. Exactly. Productive enough to keep the play from just getting blown up. Oh, what happened here? Blitzer gets through. Ooh, we just did not mark 22. Not helpful. And here's another example. Everybody always talks about how these tackles are always supposed to take the inside guy. And in Common Core pass protection, often you are. But here, very clearly, we're worried about George Karlaftis. And we saw this a lot where that DB inserts and then he ends up with a free run. It's just interesting to me to see how much more common that is than what you'd think it would be. Because the high school offensive lineman will then immediately get on and tell you, well, that's just not how you draw up the protection, except it is done all the time by these NFL teams. Might just be to get the tackle playing fast. All right. Folks, I got to call it there. We got 1,946 viewers on the stream, which is something else. Y'all, so excited. If you enjoyed this, drop me a DM. I'll read them. I really appreciate you guys. Let me check these. Like, especially on Twitter, because I got to figure out how to get you guys the ability to see some of this stuff. Thank you. Let me see. Yes, Sonny, I'll get back to you. Let me see. Jake, I love you checking in. Brian, have a great time dropping. Try not to die. We love this. I hope we have a great next week because next week should be a fun one. Like as we go through and we start talking through all the things that'll happen during free agency, man. I mean, it should be a great week. Then we'll get to talk even more about draft stuff. We can really start digging into what picks the Bears do and don't have. Zariah, I'm interested. While I've still got you here, would you take Simpson at 75, or do you think you can get him in the 4th round? Because that's what I keep kind of going back and forth on. I'll show off more safeties so that you can come up with a better list than just one. But I'm right there with you where I watch a game like that and I go, okay, so this guy can play. And if anything, I'm trying to figure out the sweet spot for where you try to target him because I think a guy like Kalen Bullock will be the obvious choice that'll get taken somewhere in the top 60. And I think that Jalen Simpson is the next guy down if you're looking for that true free safety. But where do you take that guy? I mean, well, if his natural value is in the 120s, then yeah, I'd love to take him in the 4th. Hell yeah. But if his natural value is closer to 85, I mean, I'm willing to spend 75 on him. I just don't want to get caught embarrassing myself. But have a great rest of your evening, everybody. Hang out, be good to each other. And until next time, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.